Look,
Okay, you
my
you
people
just
have
come up
no
here and talk.
connection.
Hold up, hold on. Let me give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. I don't even know what the hell is going on. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say, my country is located in the Horn of Africa. My people, my ethnic group, we have no connection with these other tribes, these clans, no connection whatsoever. We have rich identity, rich history, culture, unlike these other tribes from different African shitholes. It This Pan Africanism is bullshit. It will never work because there's tribes and clans. They don't even get along in their own country. What makes you think Pan Africanism is gonna work for the rest of Africa? You can't even get along with the tribes and clans in your own land. So so yeah, that's all I want to say.
You talking to the guy African reality?
No, just in general. I support FBAs going after these West Africans. I can't stand West Africans, especially Nigerians.
I have to disagree with him because I live in DC and Eritreans are the most racist. Like,
No, we're not.
Right?
No,
They
we're
was
not.
just part of Ethiopia just like 5 minutes ago. Like,
I agree. And they were supporting the
Look.
Somalians.
and they just disappeared in South. 5 of them just disappeared in South Africa, and they returned back to Eritrea.
Listen, they own most of the nightclubs in DC. And they are the most discriminatory and associated with supremacy.
Bless you, love.
Thank you.
Yeah, because they thought they was better. That's why they broke off with Ethiopia. They
Yeah,
thought they
we
was
are
than
better.
them. And who thinks they better than anybody?
You see,
Ethiopia thinks they better than everybody.
We're better. Yes, we are.
They
Listen.
got
In history, you are.
They got one A here. They feel like they better because they got one.
Yes, we are better.
Don't.
Wherever you from.
How come nobody can visit your country though? You're like North Korea.
You're delusional.
Can I answer this Somalia brother, please?
You're delusional.
We have our indigenous written language.
We don't have written culture.
You speak your master language.
You're delusional.
You speak your master language. You cannot compete with my people. Trust me.
Nobody is comparing. You are a non-factor. We don't even know you. You don't go here. Nobody. I don't even know what the fuck was going on when you started talking. You are so nondescript. Like nobody ever thinks about you. I don't even know where did you even come from?
Who think about Eritrea?
Wherever the hell you was at. Nobody ever thinks of Eritrean. I've never heard anything about it. You don't have
my country is the United States, where you probably sit.
Nobody
knows.
Who's
the founding father of the United States? Exactly.
Nobody knows.
You don't know, so why would I tell you?
They are very prominent in the DMV area, and they're not that big. See, they enter the medical field, and I'm in the medical field, and I'm an FBA. Okay, I got my biology degree, my chemistry degree, and my organic chemistry degree. And they think they're doing something, but they really not. They only look down upon Nigerians because they have 4C here, and they got 1A here. They not nobody.
No, because they're scammers and they're money worshipping thieves.
I didn't, brother.
Oh, go get to jail and style your hair and be quiet. Go get some jail. Be quiet.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, you wanna take the car? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
My sister just bought a car.
Yeah. Yeah, take your time, the key in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much you let me get you down on it?
Test drive you, see.
Miles.
We don't want to hear whatever you got going on. What is going on? Jay, you gonna let him say that you West African, right?
Yeah, I'm Yoruba. I don't.
And you Nigerian. You gonna let him say that? You better rep your motherfucking set.
Well, Nigeria is a delusional country.
It's a fake country, by the way. Nigeria is fake.
Flora Shaw made the country Nigeria. She named it
in the 60s. We know.
And anybody who wants to claim themselves as Nigerian, that's a European-made concept that they want to go by. But this is the problem with Pan-Africanism, right? Of Africans just beefing. Even there was a live that I was in 4 hours ago. It was just a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans fighting each other because of jollof rice. They wanted to compare what type of jollof rice was good. Yeah, the Senegalese saying, no, nigga, my jollof rice is better. Yeah, the Nigerians saying, no, my jollof rice is better. It was just fucking pathetic. And this is a problem. You know, Pan-Africans, they don't come and moderate. They don't come in. They don't say anything. This is why Pan-Africanism is a joke. And I'm just here listening.
Okay, because look at how he just came here and said African countries was shithole countries. And then I don't know why he had the nerve to try to bring us in it.
Can I answer him, please? Can I answer him?
Go ahead. And then we got a new person on camera.
I'm an African, and I kind of agree with him. Or the whole African country, on continent itself, it's a shithole, honestly. Why I say that? Africa, there is no reason for Africa to still be in poverty that it is today. Africa, they never stand for anything. Africa never stand to fight for what is its own. We are in Africa today. As you say, a white team man will go there and do whatever he want to do. They never learn from the history. They never understand what these people are. They don't care about you. You see them when they come to UN, they come in to beg for more aid, more aid. How can you tell me that a continent like that, upon everything that you are hearing in the news, what they are doing to Black America in America, what they are doing to these people of minority, you're still going to see a white team man go to Africa. They're still going to bow down to him like they see their savior. And which is the same mentality we Africans, we bring to our, when we come to America, is in our mind. But instead of we should see someone that can tell us, no, these people are not your friend. Black America, they distance themselves from Africans. Which I feel like Africans is not going to learn if they cannot see what is the issue in their face. Because I don't see a Black American as my enemy. No, I see them as my friend. But how can we meet each other where we can understand each other? I don't know where we're gonna get it from. I don't understand because nobody is talking to each other.
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all look at how y'all talk about each other. Y'all call each other shithole countries, and y'all ain't even defending yourselves. Y'all getting up here saying it is true. We are a shithole. So we can't defend that. Y'all don't even defend yourselves. I'm glad that y'all coming up here being honest amongst each other. The Eritrean guy, he crunked on 100, but Eritrea is one of the poorest nations in the goddamn world. So don't you ever come up here trying to talk shit about Black Americans, especially if you in America making a coin. Okay, because you wouldn't be able to even get your coins up if it wasn't for Black Americans. Now let's get to Day B Rex. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who is here. I've been to this panel before.
Okay. What's your ethnicity?
Something is bothering me very, very much.
What's your ethnicity again? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm
West
from
African.
Ghana. I'm from
I
Kumasi.
knew it.
Okay.
Close IQ.
All right. I've set your timer for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you are an African from Africa and you are here talking down on all Africans, you should be ashamed of yourself. Africa, can you please tell me where you are from?
Me? I'm from Nigeria.
That's why. That's why you are talking down on all Africans. Because Africa is a continent. We have Ethiopia, we have Senegal, we have Ghana, we have South Africa, we have all these countries in Africa. But when you come here, you say Africa is a shithole, Africa is a filthy land. It's not right. Do you understand me?
Well,
All
it was
these Black
technically the
Americans.
Eritrean guy who said that first.
But that's the
then-
reality on
Please,
the ground, though.
please
That's
let me
the
finish.
reality
Let me
on the
finish.
ground, whether you like it or not. That's the reality.
That's a reality for you because there are some African countries which is going very, very well. Everything is stable. They are having good health system, good everything. Their system is going very, very well. But
So
you
why are
can't
so
talk
many
down
fleeing then?
all
Why are they fleeing from their own
countries.
country?
You are from
Why are they
Nigeria.
fleeing from their own country? Answer that.
Why? Who is fleeing for whose country?
What are you
Why
doing in a
don't
foreign
the
country?
Black Americans come to Africa?
What are you doing in a
Most of
foreign
them comes to
country?
Africa
not in
here
the
to do
same
business.
capacity and not
What are
for
you
the
doing in
same
a foreign
reason.
country then? What are you doing? You're an immigrant. You fled
I'm
from
not
your
an
country. What are you doing?
I'm living in my own motherland.
You believe in so-called Pan-Africanism, but you live in a foreign country.
I live in Africa.
You live in Ghana?
I live in Ghana. I'm in Ghana. I'm in Kumasi right now.
Why are you up so late?
Why am I up so late? I'm listening to you people.
It's very late in Ghana right now.
Yes, it's 12 o'clock, 12:42 in Ghana.
5 hours ahead or 4?
What? Listen. When you are in Africa, you come to this panel. Listen to me. You come to this panel and you listen to all these FBA people, all these Black Americans. They don't know history about you people. They have never set their foot on the motherland before. Have been here on this panel before. They talk all this filthy about Africa. Whilst even the hosts haven't been to Africa before. They don't know anything about us. But if you come here and you say that Africa is this, Africa is that, Africa is this, it's filthy and all that. You Nigerian, you have been to Ghana before. You know how Ghana is. If your president is not doing enough for you people, you can't talk down on all Africans. If Tinubu is not giving you light, giving you occupation, or giving you jobs to do, it doesn't mean that all African countries like that. It is not.
Well, wait, hold on.
Well, Ghana is like that, and I lived there for 2 years.
It's particularly West Africa.
One mic, everybody can't speak at the same time.
Particularly West Africa.
I wasn't talking about all of Africa. I was talking mainly.
You
about
said
Nigeria.
Africa is a shithole.
Wait,
you said all Africa.
Well, that was
West Africa
that was
particularly.
The other guy. That was the Eritrean guy.
I was talking about
Bantu
Nigeria
countries, West Africa.
Whenever I talk,
one mic.
Whenever I talk about Africa or any our Africans, I mainly talk about Nigeria because that's where my ethnic group is from. So I mainly talk about Nigeria, and Nigeria is a failed state.
Then you have to mention the country. You have to mention the country's name.
That's why I've always done. And Nigeria is a crap hole. Now I can't speak for anyone else, but
so is Ghana.
If Africa wants to speak about Africa,
Ghana is not a crap country. Please.
Yes, it is.
Said
Less than 30% developed. You have a U.S. military base. You have the FBI. You have the NYPD. You shit in your streets. You shit in your gutter. You literally walk out of restaurants and pass the bathroom and then shit in your gutter. Literally, hundreds of you literally stood outside the embassy and cried because it was raining and that the embassy didn't cover the sidewalk for you. Please don't come up here and lie. I lived in Ghana. You talking about none of these people travel. I lived there for 2 years. Worst place I've ever lived. And then y'all have a nerve to talk about Kenya. You have no audacity. You have no teeth to even open your mouth and talk about Kenya. Your country is filthy. You're filthy and you're horrible. You're unaliving each other in 15 tribal conflicts right now. You literally act like animals. And for a Nigerian to say it's failed when Nigeria has more than what you have. You don't even have tall buildings.
No, you cannot compare Ghana to
buildings
Nigeria.
that foreigners live in.
You cannot compare Ghana to Nigeria.
You literally do not have space in your capital.
Ghana is
you
better
talk
than
about
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen the difference?
Talk at the same time.
I'm not fighting with anyone. Look at how he's talking to me. Like
that's what I'm talking about. Your 8th lowest IQ, you come in here talking slow. People in the comments are like, they can't even listen that slow. You came up here and then you don't talk about Africa as a continent, talk about your own country. Ghana is a small village of Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So he didn't say anything wrong. He was correct.
Oh man, it's saying I gotta remove Lacey. Lacey, I'm gonna bring you back up in 10 minutes, boo.
Sure, no problem.
That's the issue we have.
I don't know why I did that. For bullying and harassment, was one of y'all flagging her?
Host, please let me talk. He wasn't allowing me. She wasn't allowing me.
Baby, you literally spoke for 4 minutes. Your 3 minutes been up. You spoke. I can't stand when y'all do that. Let me talk. You know, let me talk. You spoke.
She was interrupted.
She didn't interrupt you. Your time was up. Your time was up, bruv.
Can I answer
Your time was up.
Can I answer him, please?
No,
she was interrupting me.
No, y'all gotta wait. Your time was up. We have another person on the panel, and then I will let you guys y'all can talk, but don't talk over each other. It aggravates me. It's irritating. Y'all sound like a bunch of cackling roosters. Pan-African, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Everybody, I'm Liberian American.
Okay.
Okay, so this is like for like entertainment purposes, right? Y'all come up here and insult each other, Black people, not realizing you're just hurting yourself. African Americans who insult Africans are just hurting themselves. Africans who insult African Americans, they're just hurting themselves. The things that you say, you're also saying about yourself.
No, absolutely not.
Well, okay, that's cool. But my whole point is that when are we going to cooperate? Because y'all, all of you, no matter if you're African American or African, all of you are dealing with the same issues, right?
Absolutely not.
So none of you are.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but none of you are absolved from the system that we're currently in. None of you are excluded in that. Even if you want to pretend like you are, that is not the case. And so, someone said define cooperate. So what I mean by cooperate is that you don't have to like each other. I really don't care if y'all like each other. To cooperate is to get together because we both have a common enemy, so that we're able to overcome and and deal with this common enemy. Okay, the Ghanaian president, he came and he collaborated with African Americans and other people of African descent. Oh my gosh, am I going to be interrupted? You can go ahead. Go ahead.
I can interrupt you if I want to. It's not interrupting. I can interject if I want to. I'm still letting you talk. I'm just giving ad libs because I don't agree with you.
Okay, that's cool. So
I don't like your attitude either.
I don't have an attitude. I'm just speaking. Like, I already know. I know you have like an anti-African.
Oh, that's sentiment. Not true. That's not true. Absolutely.
Okay, so what is the issue?
Allow her to talk.
Don't tell me what to do. I am allowing her to talk. She's talking.
Because the problem is that when it all comes out, some of you just hate being Black, period. Y'all don't like being Black. You don't like being of African descent.
No.
And that's why you're rolling your eyes.
White souls.
The idea of being of African descent disgusts you. Like,
what?
It's a lot of there's a lot of self-hate on this panel.
Girl, no, you sound
there's
like
a lot of
yes. You are projecting.
No. There is.
See, this is why I'm interjecting and going, oh my God, no. Because you're doing exactly what the second half is saying. Why does everyone feel like they have authority over Black Americans' identity?
I don't have authority over Black
you
Americans.
Absolutely are telling me that I have a disdain or a disgust of being African. And
why can't you let me finish this sentence?
That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
But you're okay, go ahead.
Girl, you are being very condescending and it's annoying me. First of all, you are not allowed to talk. Get your ass off my panel. People can talk, but I can talk as well. This is not a freedom of speech chat. If you're talking, I can interject and say something. Like, well, who do y'all think y'all are? This is my platform. If you don't like it, you can leave. I'm not cussing her out or yelling at her. I just don't agree with what she's saying. It's coming across very condescending, and I think it's disrespectful to tell people your tone. And I think it's rude and disrespectful to speak to people and tell them they have a self-hatred because they are not identifying as African. I'm not saying that.
Look at all the people that has been talking in the chat. Look at their anti-African sentiments. Like,
that's not me.
I'm just saying, like, you yourself don't have to identify as African. I'm not asking you to identify. I'm saying that there's something about this whole conversation that's extremely anti-Black and extremely anti-African.
So you're saying anti-Black and anti-African is synonymous?
It's the same thing because Black people are from Africa. I'm a Black person.
You're African. That's why you feel like being Black is synonymous.
And this is the problem. You're making a distinction between African
what she's saying
and Black.
Is she thinks that they own Blackness.
Oh, hold on. Wait, no, people can't. Okay. Yeah, you get the fuck out of here. I cannot. Like, you literally just said, oh, you're anti-Black. Who the fuck is anti-Black because you don't identify with being African? It's so disrespectful and disingenuous to constantly trying to Africanize Black Americans. Like, I would never go to someone's country and go tell them you're this and you're that. Like, y'all don't do that to anybody else. It's so disrespectful. Like, bitch, bye. Because what do we get out of being African? Like, that, and absolutely nothing. You gain a lot more from identifying as Black than I would as identifying as a continental African. Like, it's irritating. And y'all are not going to tell me what I can do on my panel. I'm the host. If you're saying something that I don't agree with, I reserve the right to say, no, and then we could have a conversation. But her tone was like, oh, I don't know. Like, girl, I don't like that. Like, you're not going to talk to me like that and think that you're going to stay on my panel. Like, no, I don't like to interact with people that makes me feel like I want to cuss them out because I'm trying to like reserve it. Like, no. Okay. Diaspora theory, can I have your ethnicity? And then you could go ahead and I'm going to give you 3 minutes to answer the prompt. And then after you is going to be 3 minutes of news.
Hello, I'm West Indian, first gen. My parents are from 2 different islands, so Grenada and Barbados.
Okay, okay, let me give you your 3 minutes. All right, go ahead.
So just for full transparency, I literally just came in the room when the last person, like in the middle of her just talking. So I may missed a few things, but I just wanted to respond to a few things that she did bring up. And, you know, it's crazy to me for any African to try to insinuate that Black people, that Black Americans can be anti-Black anything when Black Americans are the only people on planet Earth that identify as being Black, like connected to an identity and a personhood and a culture. When you talk to even my own people, I hold my own people accountable too. West Indians, there are West Indians that talk at the side of their neck and say crazy stuff too, right? But as far as West Indians and Africans, they have their own names attached to a culture, a food, an identity, right? When you hear how they talk about being Black for them, the extent, the totality of what it means to be Black is either a skin color or a classification, right? When you take away the word Black from them, they could still say, I have Jamaican food. They can still say, I have Ghanaian culture. They could still say, I'm Twi, I'm Hausa, I'm Igbo, I'm Shona, all these other things. They have a personhood and an identity outside of the word Black. Black Americans are the only group of people on planet Earth who have cultivated a culture around the word itself,
and
right?
ethnicity.
So,
Black Americans
exactly.
ethnic marker. And let me 2 seconds, boo. We literally, James Brown made a song called I'm Black and I'm Proud. We made it cool to be Black. We made it cool to love your skin. No shade to the Caribbeans or even Africans, but they have bleaching epidemics in some of those countries. So to get up here and say, oh, you're anti-Black, like, girl, kick fucking rocks. Go ahead.
And then the other part about it too is like, if you want to take it a step further, right? I grew up in the early 90s and early 2000s, right? When the Pan-African movement was really popping off. And to me, my experience was that the only group of people on planet Earth that made it quote unquote cool to even be African have always been Black Americans, for real talk, because even when Africans came to this country, I'm from New York, so I could only speak from that area, right? And that's really an immigrant headquarter, whatever. But in any case, when Africans came in here, they was walking around talking about, oh, I'm Jamaican, oh, I'm St. Lucian, oh, I'm Antiguan. They said they're everything but who they are, right? And then in the next breath, gonna go tell their children, oh, don't be talking to them Jamaicans, they violent, all they do is smoke ganja and da 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 blah 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 blah, right? So in any case, 10 seconds, okay. What do I want to land on? I'll land there.
Okay. I'll open up the panel. If you have anything else to add, you could add to it. Yeah, like and to say like, oh, this is very anti-African. There's African 2-3 Africans up here. I let them stay up here. They like the condescension in the tone. If it was anti-African, I would not even interact with Africans. I don't have any problem with Africans. I have an issue with people that try to Africanize me and tell me who I am and enforce an identity on me. It's disrespectful. And the fact that people don't understand that means that they don't give a fuck about Black Americans. They don't care how we feel about things. And then they have it's just no respect. That's like a trans man or a trans woman. You would call them by the correct pronouns. You would say she, her, they, them. But when it comes to us, it's like, oh no, you're African. You hate yourself if you don't claim that you're an African. That's why we have these discussions. And then when we talk about these things, they lie so fucking bad and make it seem like we're making this up. Y'all just seen an African come up here and do that to me. They do it all the time. It's disrespectful. I'm not African. I don't have a Liberian parent. I don't have a parent from the Congo. I don't have aunts or great grandmother or grandmother over in goddamn Senegal. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like trying to force us to be in this box with you to make you feel better because like someone said earlier, we're a part of a club and you feel left out is not okay. It's never going to be okay. Like, bye. Okay, 3 minutes of news. Did you go? I don't think you went. Can I have your ethnicity and then you have 3 minutes
You
to
ain't
speak?
gotta give me no time. This me from my other account. If you ever want to look at something about, if you ever want to look at something about Ghana, this is where I post my Ghana crimes. Go look at the videos. Go look at the videos. And when she said what she said about we don't want to be African and the black and all that, I told you this is because when I lived in Ghana, they think they own blackness, but then don't want to be black. That's why I wrote the book Darkie and Blackie. It's a children's book on Amazon because they bully each other for being too, I'm doing air quotes because you can never be too black. You understand? But they call people Darkie and Blackie. Sister Afia is a Ghanaian singer, and she was bullied for being quote unquote too dark. And guess what? She one of the most famous women Ghanaian singers out there, and I love it every time I see her perform because she says she had to be bullied her whole life. She said, and I'm gonna post her video again on my other page. But yeah, this is my 3 minutes of news, but I ain't been following up like I should. And then this is the Ghana crimes, and they insane. I get them from Ghana police, Ghana crimes. Yeah, they're very anti-black. Yeah, right. Africans, they swear they own blackness. Even when you watch, stay in their groups, right? Every time you have a dark, there's dark Indians. And so there's a dark Indian married to a black American woman. They were like, oh, he African and she African married to Come on, man. So the people up in Sicily, they from Africa too because they dark. Come on. I mean, it's just, that's what she was trying to claim is because you're black, you don't want to be African. But listen, how could you be African? What did James Baldwin say? How are you going to be African with none of the benefits? We don't get no visa-free travel nowhere. We don't get anything that y'all get.
Where we supposed to go?
And y'all trying to add us to the African Union. Don't nobody want to be a part of the African Union, 70% funded by the European Union. Y'all can't even fund your own union.
So aggravating. And then now they got like, let her talk. I could interject. Like, I don't know who the fuck y'all got me fucked up. This is the LoveJone show.
Look at the comments. She said, look at the comments. You're very anti-African. I'm sitting here reading the comments while the other lady above me was talking. All I seen was anti-Black American comments. So what do you talk about? Don't you read your comments? You came up very rude, and that's usually not Liberians.
Is it me? I'm like, I know I'm not bugging. This bitch got a chip on her shoulder. She had it was nasty. Liberian. I didn't like it. Like, we don't gotta be Midwest or something. She would have been more pleasant. It was her tone. Like, it's like, bitch, you're talking to me like you're talking down on me. Like, I don't know who the fuck, bitch. You got me fucked up, but not tonight.
But she the burden of African American when the comments were saying, "Who are you talking about?"
Kept saying it. It's disrespectful. Like, girl, you are being disrespectful. Like I said, with the trend. If somebody told you I'm a man now, you're going to respect it. But when it comes to us, they are so disrespectful. This is what makes me not like certain people, not all as a collective, but it just makes me not like certain people because the blatant disrespect that we have to continuously endure, they don't see it as a problem. This is why we have issues because y'all continuously disrespect us. Y'all say we have no culture. Y'all act like we some little fucking generic knockoff African. And when we tell you, hey, we don't like to be called that, we're not African, y'all just shit all over it and say, oh, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway and keep calling you African American and say you anti-African and you hate your blackness. Like, bitch, bye.
You brought up a good example, though. I called a trans person the wrong thing by accident because they apparently look like a man with a dress on. So I made a mistake. Okay. But then they got so violent. It's just like an African, a trans person like an African. If you make a mistake, you know them, they want to go off on you. Sir, you got a full beard and your peen is showing through the dress. Come on, just tie it down or something. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let me get to the next couple people on the panel. Anais, I hope I said your name correctly.
You're close. It's Anise, but it's like a lot of if you live in like New York or somebody, people say Anais because it's common among. Okay, so I
can have your ethnicity, and then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Black American. Okay. And what was the second thing you said?
That's it. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody's gonna talk about that woman that came up on here before. I didn't know that they were Black per se until recently, because I wasn't really on TikTok like that. And everybody I've ever talked to, I don't care where they're from, whether they were from the continent or the Caribbean or from Central and South America, because we got some people down there. It was always whatever country they were from.
Thank you. It's the gaslighting for me. They never identified as Black.
Exactly. But suddenly, when it became convenient or somewhat necessary so they could, as everybody keeps saying, blend in, then they're Black American. And then to find out some people come from like places like Nigeria, and they're going around the world and claiming that they're Black American because they get treated better in other countries. So if we're really that bad and we have no culture and we don't know how to act, then why you gotta be us? That's terrible. It's a problem. And I wasn't having a problem until I started going into some of their panels because I was just curious, And I have never ever had any group of people talk so badly about. They even got YT beat. I'm gonna be honest, and that's bad. If you can beat a YT person when it comes to talking badly about us, you got a problem.
And let me just jump in there. We are not even on this. I have not denigrated Africans not one time on this live stream. I haven't said anything crazy. Whatever anybody else say, that's their business. Do I have the capacity to do it? Fuck yeah. If you say something crazy to me, I'm going to say some crazy back. But in this live stream, for her to get up here and tell me I'm anti-Black and anti-African, girl, I didn't even talk about nobody. I actually feel like I was doing kind of good tonight. But go ahead.
Oh, and I just want to say this for you because my mama used to say this about her house. So you can say this about your panel. This is your benevolent dictatorship. It is not a democracy.
Period. That's what I always say. Ain't no freedom of speech.
And it's true. It's very true. But the thing is like you said, you've been respectful. You're not talking down to people. You weren't constantly. You didn't even mute her. You just were like, anybody's going to get exasperated when you're hearing lies and misinformation being told about your people or even yourself. Exactly. And as far as being proud to be Black, I've always been proud. And, I have a light-skinned mama. And let me tell you something. She tells me every day that she is a Nubian queen. I don't know about anybody else. But they need to be more respectful. We can't support people that don't respect us. That's it. I'm laying there.
I agree. Hello, Starboy.
Love, how you doing?
I'm good. Let me start your countdown. Go for it.
Okay, so to answer the prompt, I would say as far as Pan-Africanism, for me personally, I'll speak for myself. It probably resonates with everybody else, but to me, it feels like, when it comes to Pan-Africanism, it feels like Black Americans, we're pouring all of our energy into somebody else who doesn't really acknowledge us or acknowledge our unique identity. Like Africans, when they come to America, they blend into our culture. As far as like them being African and being Nigerian or Ghanaian, they have the platform, they have the history, the flags, the whole motherland narrative. And we over here are supposed to cheer, donate, repost, and claim, we're all one, we're all Black people, while they side-eye us at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And so and say that we're not African enough the second we talk about reparations, land, or our own unique bloodline that we have fought for right here in America. Mm-hmm. So it feels like a one-way love. It feels like a one-sided, relationship. They get the glory of our culture, our music, our global influence, our fight that opened doors worldwide. Yeah. But when it's time to show up for Black Americans and what we need specifically here in America, it's crickets. No one is there for us. We always have to fight our own battles. Or they say, well, y'all are not African enough, or you're American now. Handle your own business. And so that's why it feels selfish and one-sided, and it leaves a very distasteful taste in our mouth. Not because we are selfish, Black Americans per se, we are not a selfish people, but because the whole situation feels selfish to us. Like we are the backup dancers in their story. And when we are the ones on the soil, we're the ones here in America who have fought for civil rights, who have carried the trauma, built the wealth, fought the wars, and still catching hell to this day from systematic oppression. But we're expected to split our focus, our resources, our identity with people who treat our American-born struggle like an optional side quest. And so real unity, when it comes down to it between Black people, it doesn't feel like a parasocial relationship. Real unity feels reciprocal. Real unity respects that we are Solon Black Americans with our own unique warrior DNA, our own history, our own flag, with the blunted Moorish sword in it for a reason, which I talk about all the time. So when y'all push the Pan-African, or when they push the Pan-African umbrella and wonder why some of us pull back, that's why we aren't rejecting Blackness. We love Blackness, and most of us aren't rejecting Africans. We're rejecting the one-sided script that's been written for us in the United States. Like, we've been propagandized for so long, and us trying to find our own identity isn't us saying we dislike Africa. We're saying, please respect the space that we're creating to find out who we truly are, because we're just now starting that.
Starboy, I don't even think we have to find anything. We have it. We're just reclaiming it and telling people, instead of allowing every fucking body to tell us who we are, we're saying, no, we're not letting you tell us who we are anymore. We're going to tell you and show you who we are. And everybody's crashing out over it. They want to throw up and dive off of a cliff. But did you have anything
100%.
else you want to say before I went to the next person?
That was it.
Black Glitter. I don't know, they on tea time. They got to come off tea time. Hello, Black Glitter, you there?
Can I give a little response, please? If she know.
Black Glitter, I sent you an invite to okay. Hello. What is going on?
Oh, Love Jones, I am a big fan of you, girl. I just want to let you know I am a big fan of you, okay?
Why you keep going on tea time, girl? You getting a phone call?
Could you hear me?
Yeah. What is going on? Are you getting a phone call? Are you getting a phone call?
I'm getting a phone call. Can y'all hear me on here?
I can hear you now. Yeah, keep going.
Okay. I use.
Oh man,
this is kind of new for me. So hold on, let me turn this up. I hope that y'all could hear me clearly. Can y'all hear
you clearly? Yes, it just keeps cutting in and out. What is going on, girl?
Tell her to drop and come back. I just want to say one thing.
Hold on.
Okay.
Black Glitter, let's try this again, boo.
Okay, could y'all hear me? Do I need to go off and come back on?
I don't know what you keep going in and out. Are you getting phone calls?
No, I'm not getting any phone calls.
Girl, I don't know. I didn't drop her. It just dropped out. I don't know what the hell happened.
Look at the Liberian girl in the comments. She's still fighting for her life to be disrespectful.
People
still won't leave. You got to drop her. You still won't leave the room.
Ma'am, can you stop calling me African?
Who call you African?
No, the guy above you's name is African Reality. Okay. He was talking before you. So I said Africa. I was about to tell him he could go ahead and then you could go after.
Yeah, so that is the issue with Africans. There is too much ethnicity issue and lack of identity with Africans.
Could y'all hear me?
Oh, hold on. When somebody is speaking, let him land and then you can go.
Okay.
Yeah, the issue is Africans. We have an issue with lack of identity, and Africans just have an issue with standing for what they want to do. Africa don't have a motive. Anywhere you see they can get benefit on, they just move there and just get comfortable over there. So what I would say is this: if Africans are pushing black Americans, black Americans should be taking their stand. Okay, you want me to come to Africa? What are you doing for me? What am I getting from there? That's why I said the brother that make a point earlier that said any company that is coming to Africa, they should make sure they are having black in their workforce, like 20% or 30%. I feel like that is a good way to go. That someone should be shooting it out to them that, hey, you want to, like, anybody that are interested in going to Africa though, like, if you want, so give them that kind of purpose. And again, about coming to Africa, when they pushing that kind of narrative, I feel like African Americans should be saying, do you have a land for me over there? Do you gonna pay for my flight to go to Africa? So that will make them question themselves when they ask about Africa. And again, when they are talking about African that is in America, what are you doing about Africa? What are you doing about Africa? You cannot fight with Black America in America. You want to claim their benefit, whatever. But you cannot even fight in your own homeland in Africa. That is what I'm telling the Ghana brother earlier. A rich guy among 10 poor folk. You are poor. You are poor. So me, when I see what issue is in Ghana, I feel bad about it. Like the flood that happened not too long ago. I'm not even from Ghana. I feel bad about it as an African, and it doesn't look good. What kind of government you have? You cannot fix your home, and you're trying to come to America to demand what you never even understand the foundation. You never even sit with this black. You never even do interview with black Americans to know their history, to know what they've been through and what they go to make it public that everybody can say, okay, Ghana president talk to so black to understand their history before they bring the bill the UN. So I feel like the bill they bring to UN is just overreach. Africa have to fix itself and make Africa more welcoming for its own people, for you to be able to align with another set of people that you don't even know anything about their history. And Africans have issue with learning from history.
Okay, now let the other Eritrean guy go.
Okay, I just want to say there's few things I disagree with FBAs or Black Americans, and that is you guys deny that your ancestors are came from West Africa, from like
Shut
different.
your ass up.
Hold
you
on.
got up here and said, "Don't call me African," but you want us to be African.
No, okay,
Stop
but
trying to
hear me out.
destiny swap.
No, hear me
Get
out.
your ass off of my goddamn panel
Hear
with
me
that
out.
bullshit.
Hold on. Okay, but listen, nobody's telling you
I
guys.
don't want to hear it.
Well, all right, but nobody's telling you guys to pack up and move there. But you
No,
cannot
you
deny this
literally,
history.
you gonna say we denying Africa when you just got up here and said, "Don't call me African," and call Africa shithole countries.
Because
and now
it is.
but we supposed to be claiming Africa.
But
You
look,
got
listen,
I'm
I'm not. Listen, I'm not. Just hear me out. Let me finish. I'm just saying. Look, you cannot deny this history. It's documented, right? So
you know what? No, I am gonna deny it, and I can. But who are you to tell me what to do? You are Eritrean.
I'm not.
Stay in your lane. This is what the problem is. Y'all keep coming up here trying to tell us who we are and what we need to do. Document to who? By who? People that used to fucking eat us and use our skin to make sneakers with? Get your ass out of here.
Wake
I
it
don't
up.
believe that. I'd rather believe my great-grandmother and my great-great-grandmother who raised me, who sat in her rocking chair in Glasscock County, Georgia, and told me exactly who she was and where she was from. I'd rather believe my grandfather who sat in his comfy chair, his recliner chair, and tell me who he was from and showed me pictures in his album book of his father and of his grandfather. I'd rather believe them than to believe some out of Africa theory, because it's just a theory, okay? There ain't no fact. You can't show me no slave shit, and you can't show me no goddamn artifacts. Child, get.
Okay. That's okay, ma'am. I don't have issue.
Mr. Aretha, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So my grandmother's alive. She's 95. My great-grandmother, her mother, lived to be 102. She was Irish, and she was Irish-Scottish. She wasn't no black. She was Irish and Irish-Scottish, okay? So with your mindset, then I can go into Ireland and say I'm Irish?
Just because you have a drop of mix of blood of like European ancestry,
wait a minute,
that
first
don't make
off, I'm
or Native
20%
American.
Irish, by the way. So my great-grandma, he not listening, my great-grandmother, who passed away when I was 28 years old, was 102. She raised me a lot, right? Most of my time was spent with her. She's Irish and Irish-Scottish, no black. So can I go in with my 20% Irish-Scottish DNA and say I'm Irish?
No.
Oh, okay, but you want me to say I'm African?
See how that go?
But you guys are not.
Look, no, I'm talking to you. I'm not speaking for 50 million people. I'm asking you. You want me to say I'm African, but I can't go into Ireland and say I'm Irish?
That part.
And every white tea person I know that's say they German, Irish, they all got citizenship to those countries, Germany and Ireland. Matter of fact, I know a black American, she's German because her father, she was born on a base in Germany. She told me she let her passport expire. All she got to do is renew it. And she a black American.
But look, I understand why you guys have so much, anger against these West Africans.
It's not anger.
I said
hatred. It's because they sold their
I ain't
ancestors.
got no hatred. I'm asking you, am I Irish though?
Ain't no soul shit. Thank you.
No, you're not Irish. You're not.
Okay, but I'm African though. To you,
What's your other percentage?
sure. So we got Filipino.
Okay, let me ask you. You believe you're indigenous to this land, right?
So what do you mean by indigenous? My family. So the young man that said he traced his DNA back 5 generations. Listen to me. My granddaughter 2, my daughter 26. I'm 51. My mom's 71. My grandma 95. We was all together for Christmas. That's 5 generations. When he said he traced back 5 generations, I didn't trace back further than that. Do you understand? So I could go right down the street where my mom lived and my sister lived the other way. So all of us be in a room. That's 5 generations. So I can go back even further than that. That great grandmother was born January 2nd, 1900 in Kentucky. I can go back even further than that. Her daddy, an Irish man with red hair. Well, it's the picture black and white, but still, he was born in Kentucky. Do you want me to keep going back and back?
We have paperwork and they actually don't. That's the gag.
Like I can go back to where we have land in Virginia because you know what? We had to have a burial ground. So we buried each other. We got a big cemetery in Virginia. And there's no house on it any longer, but that's still all of ours. My cousin who used to make code for Vanguard for over 35 years, he did the family tree very far back. It's a packet, our family tree. It's a packet. So when he go all the way back, he done got relatives and stuff. He talking about my 6 cousins. Come on, man, stop playing. But still, he went back that far. Do you understand? So you from Eritrea, you can't even, you sit here talking about you ain't an Ethiopian, but you're an Ethiopian in Ethiopia eyes because you came from Ethiopia and you broke off just recently. Am I correct? And Tigray trying to break off and Amara trying to break off. So you still just an Ethiopian man. And
I'm not Ethiopian.
All the way, and all of Africa,
you're not Ethiopian, but we're
exactly
African.
All of Africa, all the way up to Egypt was Ethiopia. That's what it was called.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you guys are descendants of those who came from.
Who's you guys? So I'm not a descendant of the 20%.
Nobody's saying go back to Africa and live there.
I did live there. I told you.
How do you know our genealogy, though? How do you know our personal genealogy? How do you know who's in our family tree? How do you know our bloodline? You don't know us. You only know an indoctrinated version of history that you've been told by people that used to fucking eat us and make postcards of us hanging from trees after Sunday service at church.
Okay, let me ask you. Where do you believe your ancestors came from? Where do you believe your people came from?
Let me finish. Of course they're going to displace and misplace us because they wanted to steal our land, which is what they did. We had millions of acres of farmland in the late 1800s and the 1900s. We had community cities all over this country. More than 100. You gotta mute, baby. At the end of the day, there were people with my same skin tone here in the Americas way before 1619, way before only 20 and odd Negroes came to Virginia. And those were the first set of African slaves that ever migrated here. In the mainland in the United States of America, only maybe 300,000, less than 4% African people came here within the span of 400 years. They all majorly went to the North, South America. They went to the Caribbean. Like they were not predominantly here. There was already people that looked just like me residing specifically in the southern eastern and even in the northern eastern region of the United States of America. Okay. Brazil, exactly. That's why Brazil has the largest Afro population in the Americas, but y'all don't go and harp on Brazilians and get on Brazilians panels and give a fuck about what Brazilians are doing.
So let me ask you. What happened to your language if you believe your ancestors were here before?
We were
reclassified. Where's your indigenous language? What is it called? Where is your written language?
You have to respect the fact that this is what we're telling you, right? We're not saying that there were not a small, tiny percent of Africans that were shipped here when they brought them to the Caribbean and Brazil. There were some that were sent here as well, a small percent. But we're telling you this, and listen to me clearly. I grew up in Washington, D.C., in the state of Virginia. My grandmother's mother, and my great-great-grandfather told my mother that we were descendant of Cherokee Indians and Sewanee Indians, right? So we have to, as Black Americans, understand that LoveJone is from New York. We got people here from California, people from the South, all over the United States. Our grandparents who did not have no cell phones, who did not have computers, who did not have a way of communicating with each other, told us all the exact same thing. So we are, like I said earlier, are discovering who we are because we were reclassified. We were reclassified from indigenous to Negro, to Black Americans, to the N-word, to African American. We've been reclassified over and over again. It's not your place to come into our situation where we're trying to discover who we are and we're trying to uncover the truth about what happened here, and for you to say, oh no, don't worry about that, you from Africa. Give us the freedom and the respect to find out who we are. Of course we're not going to know every single language we spoke. Of course we're not going to know every single tribe name that we're from, because we have been reclassified, it's been erased. Our history has been erased in an effort of colonialism to steal land and to steal property. So please give us the respect that we deserve in discovering the mysteries that we have been left out of. That's what we're telling you. Our grandparents told us this. The only people who told us we were African was the school system and the job applications. That's the only place we saw African American. In our homes, our elders told us, you are descendants of indigenous people. You are the Native Americans. My grandmother specifically told me, and you can look at my picture and say, she said, we are the Redskins of Virginia.
I don't deny that.
Redskin people. So what I'm telling you is this: we understand that we don't have all the information.
Your ancestors were mixed with the Native Americans.
Give me a second.
How do you know? Who are you to tell us who we are? It's disrespectful. You don't even want to be called Ethiopian. You don't even want to be called African. Yet you're getting up here telling us we don't know who we are. It's so disrespectful. You people are disgusting for that.
And can I answer the language question? It used to be over 50,000 languages on the African continent. The one in South Africa where they speak with clicks, that's a dying language. Goosey, my husband is from Kissy. Kissy is a dying language.
They're not my people.
Wait a minute. I went to school from kindergarten through 8th grade and we spoke Latin. It used to say on the back of the dollar, e pluribus unum, meaning from one comes many. It now say in God, in what God we serve or whatever. But listen, it literally said e pluribus unum. We were taught Latin from kindergarten to 8th at Henry H. Houston in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it don't exist anymore. The Bible was written in Aramaic. Aramaic don't exist anymore. So when you keep talking about languages, you need to learn that languages don't exist anymore.
And they evolved.
Is now speaking Kiswahili and English. They not even speaking their goosey language. So y'all always ask this language things as if you come from a continent that didn't have more than 50,000 languages.
And also, there's languages from indigenous people that is comprised of the English that we speak today. There's languages called Algonquin languages that were ours. There's other languages called Tut that we still speak today if you learn it. We do have languages. You just don't know because you're not one of us. You're an Ethiopian. You're not one of us. You're an African. So you wouldn't know what the fuck we got going on. Even Ebonics, like a lot of African countries speak French. And y'all not sitting up there telling them, what's your language? You're not African because what's your language? Y'all don't do that to anybody else. And at the end of the day, the Portuguese colonists that came over here, they had a term called Negros de Terra, and that means blacks of the land. Those are the black people that they encountered and discovered when they came to the Americas. We only learn history from the European colonizers. They don't teach us shit about what the goddamn Portuguese and the Spanish conquistadors and whatever the hell they saw when they came over there, because more of the truth would be uncovered. At the end of the day, having y'all's language don't mean shit. Everybody's talking the language that we speak. Everybody's talking the language that we speak. And you know what's really, really, really motherfucking ironic? The fact that Native Americans, the Siberian, the Eurasian ones, they do have languages that they speak. How come if they were the originals of the land, how were they able to hold on to their native tongue, but we were not? And we just so happened to, how they held on to their shit and they was wiped out, obliterated. Oh, maybe because they're actually newer here than we are. Right. Really think about it. How the hell they still got all of their customs and and they got their native languages, but ours is intertwined and interconnected with the Euros. What about that? Y'all don't ever question that. How the fuck they still holding on to their language when majority of them were literally slaughtered and wiped out? How the hell? Who taught them their language? They learned that shit in them goddamn schools. Yeah, those languages that they speak is from white people. Y'all need to open a book.
Yeah, Lenape is dying, and it takes up all of Pennsylvania, all the way down where I am to New York. And you could go online to learn Lenape. They force some people, not even indigenous, to learn Lenape and Tatanese. You can go find the books and learn it online. So this guy the person in the comments, listen to what we said about why we don't speak the languages and still turn, why you don't speak the language. This is what's wrong. Y'all slow.
But not just that. If the Native Americans were already here, The so-called, the ones that they claim are the original Native Americans were already here. They were the caretakers of the land. Why would they have to bring us from another country to farm the land? How will we have the skills? How will we know the lay of the land? And we built the Washington, D.C. We built the White House. We built the Capitol buildings. We built all the courthouses. How are we the foreigners who were brought here from outside of the country and we built the most powerful country in the world? It doesn't even make any sense. So what we're saying is give us the breathing room, because some of us really know our roots and our tribes and some of us are still learning. But you interjecting, telling us who we are is not helping the process. If you want to be respectful, if you want respect, give us the breathing room to continue our discovery of who we are, because it's an open process right now.
And at the end of the day, this does not mean, you know what I'm learning? That being pro-Black American, literally, y'all compute that as us being anti everything else. That's the furthest from the truth. Me being pro-Black American does not mean that I'm anti everyone else. I'm just going to put on for myself, for my people first. And we are tired of everybody else, all of the others, the foreigners, telling us who we are. And on top of us building things physically, we literally are the source. We are the very fabric of this cultural identity that is the United States of America. All of the inventions, everything that you see, and most of the things that you use around your house was created by somebody from our lineage. So to disrespect us and tell us who we are, it's like, no, you're that's rude. Y'all do not, I don't give a fuck what anybody say. You're lying like a Persian rug. Y'all do not have the same type of paper trail that we do to actually trace our roots. We can go to grave sites. We can go to burial grounds. Literally, we can go into databases and find our ancestry. A lot of us grew up with them. So for you all to say, oh, y'all don't know it. Not all, but some of you guys only know your grandparents. You don't know what your great grandmother's
I can go back 7 generations.
Well, maybe that's you, but I maybe that's just you. But generally speaking, I don't know. Let me look it up. When Eritrea had y'all got a census? How do you guys record?
We go trace our lineage by the father's side.
How? Like, do you have like a book?
By the last name. Huh?
Is it a database? Do you guys do you have like a library? Is there like a place where you have it all written down? Like, how do you
have family records?
Yeah, we do that and it's also passed down.
So oral traditions, oral history.
Yes.
So you think that we don't have that? So our oral history
I'm not denying that.
Void,
I'm not denying
but yours
that.
is valid. No, are literally, you did deny it. You said you guys are African. You absolutely did.
No, I'm saying I'm only disagreeing. You guys like just because you have some mix with Native American, it don't make you.
Nobody said that we were Siberian. We're not Eurasian. Nobody ever said that.
African is not an identity. What does African
mean?
They're
not saying that they're Afro.
African is not my identity.
I
have my own identity.
Hold on just a second. They are saying that they are indigenous. They're not saying that they're admixed. They're saying that they are the indigenous, as opposed to what they're referring to as the Siberian. What we commonly think of as Native American. They're saying that they are not them, but they are the actual indigenous people of the Americas. That's what they're saying. They're not saying they're mixed. They're saying they are indigenous.
Who didn't say they were mixed? Lacey literally got up here and said that she had an Irish grandmother. I've never said exactly who was in my family tree or my genealogy, because I quite frankly don't really like to get into that with y'all. We never said that. We also said that we have that in there because there were already Black people here. And a large majority of us have a higher percentage of that than we do African or anything else. So...
And can I say something? And let's be clear. Native and indigenous means we were here first, right? That just means we were here, possibly here for thousands of years. And I mean, if you study history, people from Africa were traveling the globe before Christopher Columbus in the 13th century. So we're saying that we were here before Christopher Columbus got here. And what we're saying is that I'm not saying that there were no Africans that were sent here, and that there are no Black people that might have some African admixture. But what we're saying is that our elders told us that we were Native American. The Native Americans in this land have been described as dark-skinned Black people. There are picture descriptions, there are drawings, there's literature, and they have been reclassified. And so we fit into that description. And so what I'm saying is like, you just said that you go off of oral history. We're telling you our oral history, and you're kind of going against it. So it's not, you can't put yourself and determine what our oral history is. And we're telling you what our forefathers have passed down to us. This is the information that we have been given, right? And we have different customs than you guys have. No disrespect to Africa, but you guys have certain ways that you eat, certain ways you prepare your food, certain ways that you eat your food, and things that we don't really have. We don't participate in the same type of cultural practices that y'all have. It's completely different. Go ahead.
No, all right. Kanadawe, you could go ahead, and then a Pan-African, you could go after Kanadawe since you were already up here. Hey, Ken.
Hey, so how does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? It doesn't. If you are a Black American, that's delineating for reasons such as protecting your culture, reparations, restorative justice, specific policies for our lineage, birthrights in the United States of America. People who claim Pan-Africanism, they do not help us with these movements. These Africans are leeches, and that's why they want skinny head Eritrean. Wait, what is it? Look, they try to relate to us by finding some commonality with being African, and whether Black Americans are African descent or indigenous, it doesn't matter because they're not in the fold. And we have many languages, Tutanese, right? I was speaking to Leo about that and learning some different languages, and I think the Eritrean guy, if any of you speak Tutanese, I think he's a fubba-jug. Do you know what that means? But
what the hell?
I don't
Jesus Christ.
Look, I also think that a lot of these foreigners, we already know that they want to destiny swap with us, but they don't honor their ancestors the same way we honor our ancestors. We're talking to people who are the bottom of the barrel in their land. They fled their land. They can't even protect their land. They don't want to go build up their land. And they're over here trying to undermine us from doing the exact same things our ancestors were doing. So I really don't pay these people any attention. Why does everyone feel like they have authority over a Black American identity? Because they need us to survive. These people are in survival mode. If you're in survival mode, you come over here legally, or whether you fled and you came over here, you became a citizen, you would do anything to survive. So a part of your survival is clinging on to Black American culture and identity. I don't know what this is. Doesn't help us.
But I also let the person go. We all 50. First of all, there's more than 50 million of us here, but all of us do not have the same genetic makeup. We need to put that out there as well. Some people may have an African ancestor that may be a little newer or, closer up in their gene pool than others. Majority of us are an amalgamation. We're not all just one complete thing. So I think that goes over everybody's head too. We're not all exactly the same. Every single Black American person does not have the same DNA. We do not have the same family tree, and we do not have exactly the same genetic makeup. What we do share is common ancestry, prominent ancestry that goes back before this country was even conceptualized. So technically, we are Native Americans by the actual literal definition of being a Native American. We literally are, although we understand it's a classification for the Eurasian, Asiatic, phenotypically, the ones we see on a reservation. But by definition, us and also some Europeans that were here, settlers, they are also Native Americans. They call themselves Heritage Americans. We were already here. That's before the white people from Ellis Island started coming over here. That's before all of the other actual Africans, the continental Africans, started migrating here by the droves after there was no quota for how many of them could come over here. We were already here since the inception of the country. So that is what we have in common. That is our common thread. However, once again, all of us do not have the same exact ancestry. We literally are an amalgamation of a couple different things. Some of us, everybody's different. But go ahead, Pan-African. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm actually not interested in arguing or attacking other Black people. I love Black people. I love my people, so I'm not interested in doing that. I'm going to address the prompt. How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? Those Black Americans who it may not benefit those people who claim indigenous ancestry or claim to be indigenous, but it benefits Pan-Africanism is for those of us who are of African descent. Pan-Africanism was born in the Western Hemisphere. It was born when the enslaved were brought here, and it traveled back to Africa. And so we have many of our heroes are who are Pan-African are, you know, a benefit to us. Ghana was a benefit to us. Ghana's participation when Jamaica went through that storm, they gave access to their personnel, the soldiers, to help clean up after the storm. That's an example of Pan-Africanism. And I can give you multiple examples of how Pan-Africanism helps and indeed and benefits those people, those people who claim they're African, not only claim that they're their African ancestry, but they acknowledge that yes, they are Black and that Blackness comes from their African ancestors. So next question. So it doesn't benefit people who are indigenous, right? The next question: Why is does?
Yeah, that wasn't that was a typo. So why does everyone feel like they have authority over Black Americans' identity?
Okay, so I suppose here's the run-in. If there's any way we can stop running into like people who are indigenous or claiming indigeneity, that would be great because I don't think that we're those of us who are of African descent are trying to run into indigenous people. We just want to talk to people of African descent.
Wait.
One
Go ahead, Lynn.
one more thing. Let me ask you a question, Love Jones. Here's the issue. If I wrote your name down, Love Jones, and then I suddenly wrote Japanese on that same paper, does that change the culture that you've been practicing and your people have been practicing for centuries? Does a piece of paper change the cultural customs of a Black American? How does that work? Because people keep saying reclassification.
Black Americans are not synonymous with being African. I think this is where we're having.
I'm not saying no. I didn't say that.
You are literally co-opting Black Americans.
I didn't say in the question I asked. I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I'll answer your question. You are co-opting Black American Africans out in that diaspora. Y'all never. First of all, racial construct is a Western term. It's a Western ideology. You all never needed race. You never needed to call yourselves anything other than your tribe because where you come from, the people are predominantly you. The United States of America is a very unique space because we live side by side with pale faces. So race was like a big factor here. You guys never needed a racial marker ever. Being Black is not synonymous with being African. Being Black American is actually an ethnic marker for lineage-based Black people in the United States of America. I think that there's some discourse there. At the end of the day, you don't tell me what to say, girl. You got me fucked up.
I'm not saying
you got me all the way fucked up. I let you come back up here. You do not tell me what to talk about. You do not tell me when I need to answer your question. Who do you think you are? Tell me, who do you think you are? Why do you think you could come on my platform and talk to me the way that you're talking to me right now?
Let me ask her a question. You as a librarian, right? From West Africa?
I'm a Liberian American. I was born here in America. But yes, I'm a Liberian, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, who founded the so-called Pan-Africanism movement?
It's hard to pinpoint.
It was somebody in Black America.
It was a fucking Jamaican who doesn't know shit about the different tribes and clans there are in the African continent.
What's your point?
But
But also, how did Pan-Africanism benefit us? Because Ghana sends 53 soldiers in a U.S. military plane with U.S. supply. I put a video on my page. They sent 53 soldiers in a U.S. fighter plane that is on the tarmac of their airport. Rwanda, if you want to use Pan-African as an example, boo-boo, Rwanda sent 100 troops supplies on Ethiopia Airlines. So that's Pan-Africanism.
I accepted you. I did not mean
If you
to do
wanted
that.
to really
Go
use
ahead.
an example, you could use Rwanda and their 100 troops and their supplies that flew on Ethiopia Airlines. You use 53 soldiers that flew into Ghana on our military dime. So you use that as an example of Pan-Africanism, but not for Black Americans. Don't it say, how does Pan-African, I got to put my glasses on. How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? They flew on my tax dollars from Ghana to Jamaica with supplies from the U.S. military. So that took away money from me out of my taxes to fly into Jamaica. And by the way, you want to say Pan-Africanism? For the last 8 years, Burkina Faso has been the most ignored G-side on earth. They are eating leaves. They have gotten less than 37% of the donations needed, which is why I collected for them for 3 years. USAID, which is in the capital of Accra, Ghana. The entire USAID headquarters for West and Central Africa was in Accra, Ghana. And he sent cocoa to Gaza, and his people starving and eating leaves in Burkina Faso. That ain't Pan-Africanism. Thank you very much for your Ghana.
And I will answer the question. If 500 years ago, if you want to go by the indoctrinated version of history, if I was Japanese and I'm in a whole brand new landmass and I've been breeding for 500 years, I am no longer Japanese. It takes between 7 and 11 generations to be completely genetically different. I am no longer a Japanese. I no longer have those customs. I am no longer those people. I am absolutely the tie has been severed. There is absolutely no relation, no similarity. I mean,
that's not how genetics works. So like when people say
how genetics work. And in Japanese culture, if you are biracial, you're not even accepted in Japan. Okay. So please don't come and play. Did you do research before you came up here talking yap yap?
I'm
in Japan,
college,
culturally,
so I would like to explain.
You're in college? Oh, that's why. You're young.
That's
why you're so arrogant.
I feel bad whipping the baby with a belt. Let me just go shut up and put my mic on.
That explains a lot.
You know, I wasn't aggressive to anybody on the. You see what I mean? This is because I said I'm Liberian. All of a sudden, people want to jump on me.
You came up here and said that you can't. We're anti-Black because we don't claim African.
Yes. Some people are anti-Black. Look, you have this Eritrean here.
Right? There is a page on Facebook and it says,
you have this guy who is Eritrean. He's on here. He literally lives on the African continent.
Hold on, one mic, guys. One mic. At the end of the day,
we celebrated Ghana.
Go ahead, let me say something.
For winning an award, right? And it's a page called the Black images you don't see. And Ghanaians went to the
have to do with what I just said.
Ghanaians were angry that they were
what are you even talking about?
You didn't listen because you just yap because you a baby.
No, but none of what you have to say has anything to do with what I said. I'm asking you,
of Black people that you never see, and
on a piece of paper.
Wait, y'all both can't talk over each other. I can't hear what's going on.
She don't want to listen. I'm telling you how
none of what you have none of what you're saying has any pertinence to what I'm trying to tell
about Ghana. You keep bringing up Ghana, and I said they were angry because they were called Black.
No, I brought up Ghana in an example.
From Liberia.
You brought up a horrible example, boo boo.
The original question was, if I wrote your name and then wrote Japanese or some other ethnicity on that sheet of paper, that doesn't change.
Yes, it was over the span of 500 years.
No,
okay, she can't play with our census.
The Walter Plecker document that you're referring to, that wasn't over 500 years ago.
You know that? Oh, I'm glad you brought up Walter Plecker because Walter Plecker changed us from Indian to Negro and colored. So what are you talking about? If anything, you are literally proving our point. And then in 1988 is when we started being classified as African American. We were never called African American.
I agree that indigenous. I agree.
At the end of the day, hold up, Starboy, hold up. Even if people say that they are fully indigenous and they look like me, they are a Black American. Black American is not synonymous with having African ancestry. please do yourself a favor and just go read the book.
I agree.
You
I
gotta
agree.
stop that because y'all are trying to take something that y'all never claimed and destiny swap us out and say being Black American is synonymous with having African ancestry.
I never
That was
said
never
that in my
you literally
question.
came
I
up here
never
and
said
said
in my
you're
question.
anti-Black and you're anti-African. If I was anti-African, I wouldn't be having a panel with Africans being allowed to speak.
Most Africans identify racially as Black, and if you're abusing an African, you're
No, we
abusing a
don't.
Black. Like I get
No,
that
we
you
don't.
identify as Black, and
We
you have your
identify
own
by our nationality and ethnic group.
I get that
We
you have your own
identify by our
Let me chime in.
nationality and
Let
ethnic
me
group.
chime
We
in.
don't identify as
Africans.
this guy who's Eritrean, this guy, he's literally a good example because I know Eritreans and they identify as Black.
No, we don't.
Okay, what are we talking about?
You don't know my
You can't
people.
speak for the rest of
Only
Eritreans.
those that were born in that diaspora identify as so-called
No,
Black.
they were born
White
on
people
the
don't
continent.
identify as.
They were born in the country. They just came here 10 years
They
ago.
were born in diaspora. They have identity crisis, so they have to blend in with.
Be quiet, sir. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet. You African. Every time you guys argue on your own panels, and when y'all come to our panels, we try to be diplomatic with y'all, and y'all just argue and y'all turn the panel into chaos. Be quiet for a second. So even outside of, let's say, a African was sold here 10 generations ago. At the end of the day, Black Americans have a distinct Black American identity shaped by slavery, Jim Crow, the Great Migration, the Civil Rights Movement, hip hop, soul food. Be quiet. I'm sorry. I thought it was somebody else. Hip hop, and the ongoing systematic racism. So at the end of the day, let me just ask you this, Afri. Let's say that person 10 generations removed was from Africa. Their culture here is the culture that everyone else is following. So why are y'all telling Black Americans that we have to somehow align and take away our identity to identify with Africa when Africans are identified with our culture?
Bro,
Asians
are
are
about
identified with hip-hop music. Other people from the Caribbean are identified with Black American culture.
We're not talking about the culture, bro.
Take a back? Be quiet. Stop talking for a second, sir. When are you guys going to take a back seat and respect the...
Go ahead.
This is what you know what I'm saying? This is what they get on my nerves with that shit. When are you guys going to take a back seat and respect the fact that our culture is the dominant culture? Our culture is leading entertainment, music, dance, literature, and has been for over 200 years. So you guys can sit here and say, oh, well, you're African, you're African. We're not following African culture. Africans are following Black American culture at the end of the day. So it doesn't even matter what you're saying. Okay, we're opening the doorways for Black people. Our language and communication is completely different. Black Americans speak African American, Black American vernacular, AAVE, however you want to call it, with unique slang, rhythms, and expressions rooted in United States history that everyone else copies. And so with all due respect, respectfully to you, it doesn't matter if a person is indigenous or 10 generations removed from Africa. Our culture is the leading culture. So you guys at some point are going to have to swallow your pride and start respecting us for the doorways we've opened.
But nobody is denying you of your ethnic identity. So I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
But hold that thought. We got 3 new people up here. We got to let them speak, and then we can open the panel back up. Okay. Can we have the real charm man? Can we have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak, and then after, then after you is gonna be Black American Proverb, and then T Monique. Okay.
I appreciate it. First, I'm from the Ivory Coast, so I'm African.
Are you in America or are you in Africa?
I live in Maryland.
Okay.
I'm from here. I live here.
All right, go ahead.
So the first thing I want to square away is the genetic markers. It don't matter where you're from, whether you are a Black Latino, African American, or live in the Netherlands. Your genetic markers tie you back. The Black people only come from one continent. One continent. Again, it's not about claiming the culture. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Give me 3 minutes.
Go ahead. I can interject if I want to. This is my panel. Go ahead.
Say I got 3 minutes, so let me use my 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So we're not talking about culture. Our culture are different. The culture from Africa it ties to ancestry. African American, it ties to evolution and progress. 2 different cultures. We're still rooted in the ancestry you're moving forward to have a future. And we're not debating about that. Nobody's claiming one. We're claiming the ancestry, you're claiming the progress. And there's no debate on that at all. All I'm trying to say is this, that it don't matter wherever continent any Black person has landed. The genetic marker tie you back to Africa because that's where Black people come from. It don't matter if you've been here for 500 years.
Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me give you some fact here.
A fact? Oh.
Let me give you some fact. In the 13th century, sailors from Africa started exploring the America before Columbus. In the 13th century. This is way long. This is a long time ago. Let me give you a reference of a researcher that said that. His name is Ivan Van Sertima. You can look him up.
So there's no
Ivan Van Sertima. That's his name. You can look him up. That's how they're exploring the America before Columbus.
So somebody said, how did they get to Australia?
How they get to Australia?
How and when? Yeah, in the Pacific Islands.
You remember that before the Great Flood, those continents were linked together. There'd be migration across land masses.
So the continents were linked together, but there was only people in one.
It's been migration across land masses. There were land bridges. That's before Columbus.
Okay. So people literally were all over the world because it was all one landmass. Thank you for proving the point about multi-regional.
The dominant race were Black.
Exactly. We were all over the world.
That is correct. So
we did not spawn just from one spot.
Listen.
Back then.
They come from somewhere, man. They come from somewhere.
Out of Africa theory.
They come from somewhere. To migrate.
Do you know where? Where did humanity? How did humanity start?
This is not a debate.
We're talking
about the genetic markers.
No, tell me, how did humanity start? You don't know. Exactly. You don't know. It's a theory. You're moving
the goalposts. This is not a debate. You're moving the goalposts.
Yeah, you don't know. All right, your time is up. Let's go to somebody else.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick.
Hold on. We have these people waiting. Go ahead. Black American proverb. Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, I'm Black American. Speak on the prompt directly. How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? It doesn't. It was never designed to benefit Black Americans. If you look up I know somebody falsely equated Pan-Africanism with Marcus Garvey. That's not true. The original founders, or one of the original founders of Pan-Africanism, was Martin Delany. Martin Delany, when you look at what he was trying to do, it was to round up the resources of Black Americans to help benefit and uplift the continent of Africa. That's why it's always been a one-way deal, because it was never designed to empower us. It was us empowering it as extensions, or the quote-unquote diaspora of Africa. And that's its original intent. Fast forward it to where you get to past Queen Mother Moore, because Queen Mother Moore actually used it as a inspiration to actually advocate for the diaspora and advocate for Black people separately. She had 2 different factions that she was a part of, that she organized around. She never conflated them. It's not until you get to the 90s with the more quote unquote modern day Pan-Africans like NARC and Cobra, all those doing racial reparations work that are working with Ghana to co-opt our reparations fight. That's when you get this concept of Pan-Africanism being Black Americans pretending that we're all lost Africans in America. That's where you get the New African movement, and African being spelled with a K and all these other weird things, trying to erase our cultural and ethnic autonomy. That's what Pan-African is. It was never designed for us, and that's why it's never benefited us. And why does everyone feel like they have authority over our Black American identity? I blame the modern Pan-Africanists. I call them sleeper cells. What they do is they empower the tethers to come over. They provide cover, because most of them are the gatekeepers that have been elevated by left-wing white supremacy, aka the Democrats. And so what happens is that they come in, the Pan-Africans provide cover, and then they pretend that melanin covers us all and that we are all the same based on that melanin. And it's a real insidious thing. It's kind of exactly what, as I was saying, listening to Free and even what this other the brother right before me was saying, this is what it spawns, right? This idea that we all come from Africa, even though he just admitted that he doesn't know the origin story of this planet and that melanated people was all over the world. Here's what I would say as my time. Being African is being African. African means that you are inhabitant or native of the continent of Africa. That's all it means. They have the different cultures, different tribes. There's even white Africans, Indian Africans, and Asian Africans at this point. Being Black is a creation of the Black American ethnic group, and it was built and created to stand against the social construct of whiteness here.
Thank
Black
you.
does not mean African. Black means the amalgamation of some ancestry from Africa, some ancestry from Europe, and some ancestry from North America. You put them all together, and that creates Black. The same way you wouldn't call a cake, flour, egg, or milk is a mixture. You can't call us African, Europe, or indigenous. We are a mixture of all three. And I land there. Thank you.
Okay, let me have T Monique. Hello, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes so that you can speak on the prompt.
Hi, yes, I'm Black American. Nothing too deep as that, but based on the prompt, I don't think it benefits Black Americans. It probably could, but the way that the tethers are moving, it's not benefiting us because, like y'all said, they're coming in, pretending to be us. You know, if we could recognize, like you said, that this was one land at one point and we got separated, we created our own identity, our own culture. So if we could realize that and respect that, maybe then it could, be beneficial that we could work together and, realize the skills that we have through our own native culture and bring them together. Then it could be beneficial. But as of how it's working today, no, it's not. Why does everyone feel like they have the authority? Basically, like you said, or how you guys said, they've been brought up by, working with the white people. So basically now they feel like they're the same status as them when they're not, basically. Oh. And that's just that. Yep. So no,
Right. Okay, everybody up in here, it's 333 people up in here. We should have well over 200K likes. Double tap the screen. Follow me if you're not already following me, and follow anybody on the panel if you've enjoyed how the input to whatever is going on the live. I have a gift goal up there. Make sure you send the heart meets. All right. I need to go and get myself something to eat. I've been up here for 4 hours. I'm going to stay on, but Ken, go ahead, because I know I saw you come off your mic. You wanted to say something. The panel is now open. Please do not over talk each other. It irritates me really bad. And don't go on a monologue for 15 minutes. Nobody got time for that. Try to keep it 2 minutes or less and give everybody the opportunity to speak. I will be back.
Okay, so I wanted to address Afri because everybody was calling out how she was disrespectful. And I didn't even know she wasn't a Black American. She's Liberian, so she's not even from our lineage. One of the first things I heard her say that was disrespectful is this is not about indigenous people or Black Americans that claim they are indigenous. And this is what we've been talking about. So let's just say that Africans, the least amount of Africans that came to the United States of America, and let's say that they mixed or were adopted into indigenous American tribes, whether they were the Asian tribes or the Black presenting melanated tribes. Once you are in a tribe or once you mix, they're not saying, hey, I'm Ghanaian and Choctaw. Hey, I'm Ghanaian and Cherokee. You are an indigenous person. And when we talk about the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 that reclassified indigenous American Indians from Negro to colored, mulatto, Black, that was not synonymous with being African descent, because this is a real thing you can look up. People were thrown into the box of Black American, whether they were African descent, whether they were indigenous or different admixtures. So Black American is a new thing. And indigenous Americans were the first enslaved in the United States of America before Africans. So she is an outsider trying to talk for all of us, saying that this doesn't concern all of us. It concerns all of us because this is all of our history. And this is why on my channel, I entertain interchangeably use Black American with Indigenous American Indians, because I know all Black Americans don't identify as being Indigenous American Indians, whether they say they are mixed with it or not, right? So when we're talking to outsiders about Black American history, let's just say we're talking to a Japanese person about who created rock and roll and jazz and blues and techno and all these things. Some people who solely identify as American Indian may say, hey, we did it, but they don't know our history. So for everybody who is thrown into the category of Black American, this is our history. It concerns all of us. And that's where you went wrong by disrespecting Black Americans, talking over. I'm not done talking over our indigeneity. She's not even from our lineage. And this is what we've been talking about, why people try to cling onto us. And I opened up my the conversation when I started talking, saying that we are protecting our culture. This is why we're delineating reparations, restorative justice, specific policies for our lineage, birthrights in the United States of America that you claim by lineage, by being Black American in the United States of America, not claiming you're Black, whether you're African Caribbean or melanated or an immigrant. So when these people try to cosplay as us, they stop us from claiming our birthright at the United States of America. And there was someone else on the panel, I'm not sure your name, but she was talking about when Afri was saying that Pan-Africanism helped Jamaica with the hurricane or whatever it was, that was the USA. It wasn't Pan-Africanism. She's just making up things.
Because I also felt offended by that. When you say, I don't want to talk to Native Americans, I don't want to talk to people who are indigenous, you're doing the same thing that the colonizers have done.
African descent is the question.
She asked respectfully to talk one at a time. Let's have some order here, okay? I felt offended by that because you are repeating the same things that were repeated to our ancestors, to our grandparents and our great-grandparents, to ignore their their indigenous roots. Okay, when Brazilians were Africans, they have become an amalgamation of a unique culture because they celebrate their Afrocentrism, but they are also Portuguese. When Black people were sent to South America, they celebrate South American culture mixing with their Black culture. But for whatever reason, you guys do not want to accept the fact that whether we are 10 generations removed or have been here for thousands of years, Black Americans have a unique link to American culture, indigenous American heritage. We are not going to just ignore our indigenous roots of what our grandparents and our elders have taught us because it makes y'all feel uncomfortable. At a certain point, Africans have to accept the fact that we are not just like y'all. And we have indigenous roots here in America that we have been taught and trained and propagandized to ignore for decades. And when you guys come over here and say, oh, well, I'm not going to talk to an indigenous person, it's okay. She's in the comments. You're repeating the same white supremacist colonialistic stereotypes that were told to our ancestors to erase who they were. And so when we push back and say, no, we're not saying we're not Black. We're not saying we HATE Africans. But what we're saying is we have a unique culture because we are Americans. And so therefore, we have indigenous culture and heritage intertwined into our DNA, and we're not going to split the two up anymore. You have to accept us for who we are. You have to accept us for being Black, indigenous people, Afro-Americans, Sulan, foundational Black Americans. You have to accept all of us. And we are not going to turn the other cheek on our history, our ancestry anymore, like our ancestors, our grandparents, our great-grandparents were forced to do when they were kicked off the Dawes rolls. We're not going to repeat that same history anymore. So when we get offended, that's why we get offended, because this is what was done to us before, to tell us, oh, don't acknowledge your indigenous roots. Don't acknowledge your Native American history. Don't acknowledge the other parts of you that you have been taught to forget for generation and generation. We don't want to do that anymore. So as Black people who are coming from the continent of Africa, all we're saying is that we're not saying that somebody didn't sail the seas back in the 13th century and came here before Christopher Columbus, and Black people probably came here during the 13th century. We're not saying that didn't happen. But what we're saying is that if that did happen, that would mean that we are native to America. If our ancestors came here in the 1300s, we are Native Americans. We were here before Christopher Columbus, whether they came from Africa or not. They came before the colonizers did. So we are native to this land. So please just respect the fact that we are clearing out a space for ourselves to find our roots, to reconnect with our culture, to figure out the stories and the understanding that our ancestors had, and to reconnect those dots that they were forced to disconnect from. That's all we're saying. And it's just offensive when you guys say, when she made that statement and said, I'm not going to talk to somebody who's indigenous, because that's what they did to us before. That's all.
First of all, that Van Sertima, this guy must be new to this. We were reading that and learning about Van Sertima and a few others, telling us about the history. That was debunked a long time ago. So if you're basing this, if you're black, you're out of Africa, on Ivan Van Sertima, you're lost. You're lost right there. To the sister that dropped, if she's still in the comments, the question was posed to her: how does Pan-African benefit us? They always give examples of what something's happening in some other country. They never talk about what it does, and it shows you something of their character. That's somewhere else, but not in America, right? And like these foreigners, we should not be listening to them. And to the guy from East Africa who keeps saying that, oh, we got these ties to Africa. First of all, our genetics are not the same. And stop with this DNA.
Can I say something real quick, sir? She was dropped. Love has no moderators on the panel. Love has no moderators either that I know of. That's why she stepped away and asked, could we act according? So who dropped you? What moderator is in the room? Raise your hand in the comments if it's a moderator in the room. Stop saying someone dropped you, because she don't have no moderators that I know of. So stop saying you was dropped. But go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
It must have been God doing everybody a favor.
Exactly.
Yeah. These DNA tests, I was talking about that, right? If I take a blood test today and it comes back A, and then I go to another place tomorrow and it's not reliable. That means the blood tests aren't reliable. If these blood tests are telling you Nigerian today and then 80% Ghanaian tomorrow, it's a game, right? We are not, and that sister, right? You guys do not know American history. You don't know it. You don't know it. You don't know the history, and you don't know it.
Somebody reported her. You dropped her, but you were away from it, and
I only have literally like one mod, and they not even.
That's what I said. I said who is somebody?
She come from Dallas. Can you?
She's just gonna keep saying the same thing, and I really wanted to ask her.
Back up. Y'all can finish, and then we're gonna go to Native Saga. Go ahead,
Miss Liberia. Tammy walking horse. I don't know where you are right now.
I didn't disrespect him. I didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect you.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
I didn't disrespect anybody on this panel. I've been called a tether. I've been called African in an ugly way. I didn't disrespect anybody in the way that some of y'all seem aggressive towards me.
No one said that to her when you walked away. We was very respectful.
I don't feel like I heard anybody call her tether.
Yeah, no, we didn't call her that.
Nobody did. But I wanted to ask her a question.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what state you're in. Tammy Walking Horse. She is the liaison for the City of Philadelphia City Council for Native Americans Affairs, okay? So Tammy Walking Horse, her grandmother is Liberian, but she's Lenape. So is Tammy Walking Horse an African?
Let me tell you something. I don't know anything about Tammy Walking Horse. My grandmother came from North Carolina.
I told you about her, and I asked you a question.
My own grandmother came from North Carolina. So she is what you would call a Black American. And she has never told me that she was a Native. That's cool. My only thing is, if y'all are Native Americans, that's cool.
I didn't ask you that question, though. I did ask you about Tammy Walking Horse.
I just told you, I don't know who Tammy Walking Horse is.
But I just told you
who she is.
So if she's Lenape but has a grandmother from Liberia, is she African now? Not Lenape?
Obviously,
Lenape
she's
is tribe.
mixed. Obviously, she is a mix of mixed heritage.
But is
But
she African?
my whole
But I'm
thing
asking
is
you a question.
most
Please
of
answer
you.
me. Is she
Obviously,
African?
she is of mixed heritage with most of you. The problem is that most of
So
you
if
don't
I'm of mixed
claim
heritage just like
your.
her, then I'm African?
Most of you don't claim your African
I didn't ask
ancestry.
you about most of us. I'm asking you about Tracy Beatrice Henry. I asked
I don't
you
give a damn
a
about
question
Tracy
about Tammy
Beatrice
Walker-Horse,
Hendricks. I
and
don't
then
know
I
who that
asked you,
is.
since you said she's mixed heritage, am I African because I'm mixed heritage?
What?
I asked you, am I African? She's not gonna answer. She gonna act like she don't know what's going on. But I need to ask her just one question. Why is it a problem that we are not claiming African? Because you just said that. The problem is y'all won't claim it. Why?
Okay, it's a problem because when you have a post that says how does Pan-Africanism benefit Black people, and you don't even claim or adore.
It says Black American, not Black people.
Black Americans. Okay, how Pan-African benefit Black Americans? It's a problem because if you yourself you don't uphold or adore or care for your African ancestry, why are we even having this conversation? Most of you lead with
This is exactly why. Because I'm so glad that you came up here because this is exactly why. Because it doesn't benefit us because we don't have African ancestors.
Okay, then
why
do we even
because
have a
you
conversation?
all are continuously trying to Africanize us.
No, we're not.
Hold on, Starboy. Hold on.
There are thousands of different ethnic groups on the continent of Africa. We don't give a damn.
If you all did not do exactly what you did up here tonight, continuously to me and every other Black American person, if you all didn't constantly try to tell us who we were, because this is a two-part question. You keep leaving out the second half. If you all didn't constantly trying to tell us who we were, and we got a West African and an East African up here telling us that we're African and we need to claim Africa. If this was not a thing, then we would not be talking about this. But since this is continuously a thing and there's a real heavy agenda to continuously Africanize us and force us into a box and to claim what it is that you want, to placate you and make you feel comfortable and to not make you feel like other, which you are. This is why we're having these conversations, because this is important to me. This is important to everybody on this panel who identifies the same way as I do. We've already, like Starboy was saying earlier, we've been through something already where people have reclassified and renamed us and tried to leech onto who we were, and things were taken away from us because of that. And now we're in a space where we're reclaiming who we are. And that's it. If you don't understand why we're having these conversations, then you can leave.
It's for attention.
It's for attention. And you came back up here for what? Attention, you stupid bitch.
I have two questions for her. Did you drop her?
I had of course she dropped. She came up here for attention. She lied like a fucking Persian rug and said somebody dropped her. Nobody dropped her. You coming up here for attention and you feel so inadequate as a Liberian that you have to tether yourself. Now I'm calling you a tether hoe. You got to tether yourself onto a Black American culture because nobody knows shit about Liberian. Nobody knows anything about Eritrean. You all are mad because we are a superpower amongst people that have deeply melanated skin. And it is what it is. And the fact that you feel like we not claiming you, it makes you feel inadequate. It bruises your ego. We ego jaw. And that's it.
And her as a Liberian, she probably has some Native American DNA in her as well, which is why they are outcast in Africa them damn selves. They were sent over there from here. She herself probably has similar DNA to us, and she doesn't even fucking know it.
The brother from the East African brother above me, let me ask you a question, right?
He Ethiopian. He loves the way you call him Ethiopian.
I'm not
Ethiopian.
I want to ask you this question, right? And I'm gonna ask you this question for you and for that sister, the Liberian who dropped, right? And this is what I was saying before. You guys clearly do know American history and you don't know our history. Why do you feel so confident speaking on it?
They watch how white America treats us, and they think that because they don't think we have support from our government. They watch us be oppressed. They watch us get trampled over for decades and decades and decades through civil rights, slavery, Jim Crow, and they take it upon themselves to think that we're the little guy and white people are the dominant society, and they treat us in the way they think white people will treat us. That's what it is.
Also, a lot of these African tribes that come over here, one, we don't know if they're descendants of African slave traders, but two, partnering with white supremacists is part of their culture. Like, so when they come here, it's nothing for them to align with white supremacy against us, because they already do that with the white supremacists over there on their continent against other tribes that they don't like, right? They could be one hut over from each other, but because a long time ago, they great grandpappy stole somebody else's goat, it's up and it's stuck for that other tribe. And they never put that to rest or think it would be a good idea to unite with that other tribe against the white supremacists or the Asian supremacists or the Indian buffer classes. They can only see each other. And so when they come here, they just looking at Black Americans as a separate tribe with melanated skin.
Hold on, we got 2 new people. At the end of the day, I just want you all to be able to say that you've bared witness on LoveJone's show and on my panels of Africans forcing us to be African. When they get up here and say, nobody's doing that, you're a liar. Who wants you to be African? Africans don't care about you. You're nobody. They care so fucking bad. These people really want to throw up and cry and dive off a goddamn cliff. They are obsessed with the idea that they have some type of connection to us. And the fact that we are denying them makes them feel they're seething with anger. They're seething with anger.
Can you not put us in the same boat as
if it's not for you, then let it fly. You can't even answer a simple question with your Ethiopian ass. They ask you a question and you don't have no answers.
But you are in the same boat. You're the one that kept saying that we are
I have
African.
no connections to West Africa.
Hold on, wait a minute. You said we are African, did you not?
I didn't say you. I didn't say pack up your stuff and move to Africa.
I didn't ask you that.
I'm saying
listen to my question.
You have
understand that
ancestry.
there's an intellectual problem, but listen to my question again. I heard you say to the sister, and you are the reason I requested back up. I was up on the panel and dropped a while ago. I heard you say to the sister that we are African.
I say you have a connection. Your ancestors have connection.
Right. You said
to the Bantu tribes of West Africa.
Cool, fine. You say we are descendants of people from West Africa.
I'm not.
Here's my question.
I don't deny your other ancestry.
Question.
I don't deny your other. I'm not saying you're 100%.
Hold on. Here's my question. Why do you say that when you don't know our history?
Because it's literally documented. What else?
The white man told him.
He just said because it's documented. Who told you that?
African to I'm not West African. They delineate when they want to, and then don't delineate when it comes to us.
But if you peep it, he just admitted that he's speaking out of ignorance. Listen to what he just said. He's admitting that he's speaking out of ignorance. And this is the problem that I have with people like you and that sister who's dropped. You talk about us, but you don't know us. I happen to be one of the few guys you probably ever meet that don't know jack shit about sports. I don't talk about sports because I know I don't know anything about sports. You don't know about us. Why are you speaking on us?
All right, we got 2 new people. 2. Okay, can we have native sun god? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, I'm a Black American. I'm from Philly. Family's from North Carolina.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just want to say you guys did a good job calling them out and not being gaslit. And so I was on it. So 2 things. I went to here in Philly. They had a Ghana diaspora meeting like all week. And I went to one of the meetings. And it was an investor meeting. But I'm going to talk specifically about why I get offended when someone just calls you African or just say you're African. Because when they're calling it or when they're saying that you're just stateless. To say you're African doesn't really mean anything. They're saying you're a stateless group of people in America, in the white man's land specifically, I've heard them say. So it's a coded form of calling you a kata. That's basically what it is. Because over in Africa, I've talked to many people who are part of African indigenous tribes. They don't even know what Black means or what it means to be African. They know they're Sudanese. They know they're Kenyan. And more specifically, they know their tribe. But when you position a group of people and you say that they're stateless and you tie those group of people to a continent, then it leaves for that continent to do with your identity what they want. It leaves for Nigeria to do with your identity what they want. It leaves for Ghana to do with your identity what they want, like we're seeing. So to my investor meeting that I went to, that was spearheaded by Ghanaians. The whole time they were talking about Ghana being an emerging market. And specifically what Ghanaian representative was talking about was saying that the Black business owners here in Philly should start opening businesses in Ghana.
Of course.
The that we do have here, like in our mainline area and places like that, they should start investing in emerging markets over in Ghana. The entire conversation was about extracting from the Black community here in Philly. There was no reciprocity in that conversation. There was nothing about building a business here in Philly. There was nothing about investing in Black American owned businesses. It was all about extracting resources from Black Americans. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And,
That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about.
Isn't that colonization?
Lie. Exactly, and act like no, that girl that she was kept saying, oh, Ghana is helping. Bitch, that's because you're African. You do not and never will. Brr. A lot of them
Native,
do not, nor will they ever have our best interests at heart.
Native, did you see me protesting outside Temple?
I did. Yeah, I was in Foundation.
You was there. Dr. Umar was there, right?
Yeah, Umar was there, and he looked bad. He ain't have his patched up beard there. He ain't go get his pubic hair and put it in the patches. His beard looked bad. He should have at least sniffed a lime before he came. He looked bad. Umar looked terrible. His clothes was all sagging off of him, but his beard, you see how patchy that was? Oh, the video on my other page. But his beard was all patchy. He could have cut his pubes and put that on his beard before he came. You know that beard fake. You know it's fake. It don't be popping like it was terrible that night, but
he's trying to grow the Philly beard.
You know, you're in his mom's Section 8 basement. I'm sorry.
Princess Momo, can I have your ethnicity? Then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hey there, LoveJone and everybody. Black American, aka FBA.
Okay.
So first, I'd like to address the first part. How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? Well, with that being said, it does not benefit Black Americans because we're not African. So in a nutshell, it seems that you have to be African in order for Pan-Africanism to work for you. And we're not that. So that's why it doesn't work for us. Second part is, why does everyone feel like they have the authority over Black American identity? My observation on that is some of the people from the continent, whether they're directly from the continent or whether they're born here, it feels like they feel like there's an equivalency between us and them, that we're equal. Yeah, we're equal humans. But as far as ethnicity, we're not equal. And people need to remember that there are 7 continents: Africa, Europe, Asia, those being some of the more popular ones. But America is also a continent. So Africans come from the African continent. Americans come from the American continent. Asians come from the Asia continent. So I think people forget that portion of it, is that America is a continent, just like Africa is a continent. And I'll land with that.
Okay. Somebody said, what is so bad about investing in Ghana? What do we gain from investing in Ghana? Like, what do we gain from that? Oh,
And what have they invested in the Black American community?
Right.
Can somebody answer that question?
Like, come on. Let me let Ronnie speak, and then we'll open back up the panel. Ronnie Mac, hello. Can I have your ethnicity right quick? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hello, I'm FBA all day. Thank you for letting me up.
Of course, go ahead.
How does it? It doesn't. That's why we're having these talks now. It doesn't. Why does everyone feel like they have? Oh, because it's partially our fault, partially, and then it's the Tether's fault. But we're correcting all that now, and that's why they have like a stick up their behind. But I applaud everybody. I like how you guys stand on business. From my boy up top all the way down to my sister that stands on busting them Ghanaians out all the way to you, LoveJones. I would like to say that those that don't know a lot about Liberia, I know that they eat people, and this is we love TikTok shop, but this you guys can Google this. That's how we know that we're not you. Also too, for the person that said, "Oh, Eritreans, we've always said that we're black." Use a goddamn lie. One thing that you can also look up is that
I didn't say that wasn't me.
Whoever it was, and
It was
you
the
said,
Liberian girl. Liberian.
well, I'll tell you what, you guys can Google it. Them Eritreans, the Tigrays, and them Eritreans have been at an ethnic WAR for about 100 years, and they let the Italians get in between them and do it, right? How we know that you guys aren't black is because black folks, we don't have ethnic wars with each other. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I stay in Atlanta right now. Californians, we don't sit there and go against black folks that's from Florida or New York and decide we want to wipe them out just because they're from the other coast. You guys do that. That's how we know that you guys aren't black. And yeah, man, y'all keep stepping on their necks, man. They like to come up here and gaslight and do all this lying. And for the dude that said what's wrong with investing in Ghana, check this out. For those that don't know, I had a chicken farm about a year ago. It got destroyed. I was in business with a Liberian, but she's lived in Ghana since she was 6. The Ghanaians went inside there and destroyed the whole chicken farm and took from her and all this other stuff, right? And not saying that everybody does that. You can invest in what you want to, right? But don't try to straw man what we're talking about. Just be on your P's and Q's about what people do, and there's good people in every single group. But one thing's for sure, our group, we have helped everybody out, every single group, especially in this country and abroad. And you guys shouldn't have no type of malice or no disrespectful shit to say about my people, because we haven't done nothing but help you motherfuckers. And I land with that. Thank you for letting me up.
Of course. Okay. I don't think anybody else is new, so you guys can African reality when it comes back up. So let him come back up.
Who?
I don't know what African reality that was
from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to say is if there's an individual that's from the same ethnic group as I am, and that hold on, that individual believes in Pan-Africanism, she's my enemy. Anybody that's from the same ethnic group as me and they believe in Pan-Africanism bullshit is my enemy. Pan-Africanism has no place where I come from. It does not belong in our society.
Cannot away. Oh my God, y'all are hilarious in the chat. I be trying not to read it, but I can't help but to like glance. And the stuff y'all be saying, especially when people talk, y'all can't do that to me. I be trying not to laugh. Like I be reading the stuff, y'all. Oh my God, y'all gotta be nice. Like y'all be popping it bad, and I be like trying so hard. Oh, why y'all gotta be like this? Oh my
When that
God.
poor guy was stuttering in French, the French guy. I'm sorry. I'm going to hell for. I'm going to say my prayers tonight double. I felt so bad. So he stuttered in French too, right? I wanted to ask him, but I didn't want to be rude. Because if he stuttered in English, he stuttered in French, right?
I want to hear. God, I don't know, but it was so hard for him to get out whatever he was trying to say.
Poor
then
baby.
the guy after him sound like he was drunk the fuck out somewhere talking about something. Does anybody want to ask me any questions? Sir, no, you didn't say nothing profound. Why would anybody? You cannot make this up. I was like, I don't think nobody was
asking me. You dig what I'm saying? Nobody dig what he said.
Like what?
But you know what I think is so funny is like, for so many decades, people have like completely disregarded us and have not tried to understand us, which is why we've had to create our own culture, do our own thing. And now all of these decades later, people are trying to understand us. They're trying to understand our identity. They're trying to relate to us and connect to us. And we're like, nah, we good. And they're like, why? Why? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like, you've never really had any allies and you've accepted that. And you've accepted the fact that you don't have any allies. And now people are like, well, why don't you want any allies? We've never had any. And I just think it's really interesting that now people are trying to understand Black Americans.
No, they're not trying to understand. They're not trying to connect. They're trying to get out in front of this train that you young folks
weird times, Butterfly,
have created. They're trying to get out in front of this, to stop this, to slow this down. They're not trying to understand or be your friends now. That's not what this is.
If we were a failed state, they wouldn't be doing any of this. If we were the island of Jamaica and it was called the United States, they wouldn't be doing any of this. So if this failed tomorrow and we was all clinging on that door like Rose in the middle of the ocean, you think they would send ships and say, let's go get our Africans from that door? No, they wouldn't.
You could think of it like this. You could think of it like this. You never liked that girl. You never disrespect her, but you living in her house and now you know what's coming. You know you about to get out. You get in front. You trying to get in front of it. You ain't trying to marry her. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get in front of it.
Right. And most important, they know we're self-made.
Yeah. This is like what's happening is that this delineation movement is breaking up with an abusive partner. And so where we're at in the timeline when the abusive partner is, they're getting there. If I can't have you, nobody can on. And it's all good because they don't have the power to flex their muscle on us like that. But they're trying to do everything they can, like the brother just said, to co-opt us, to get out in front, to try to make sure they can muddy the waters enough to take our identity while we're not looking. And
everybody has been an abusive partner. The Koreans building beauty supply stores in our community. The Mexicans are the N-word warriors. The Africans trying to co-opt our culture. The YT people who've been oppressing us for over 100. Everyone has been an oppressive partner. And we're finally saying, we're tired of it. We're done with everybody. And now everybody, the Republicans trying to win us over. The Democrats trying to win us over. The Mexicans want us to fight for them. The Africans are trying to figure out why we not. Everybody wants, now that we're saying fuck everybody, now everybody want to be friends.
Mm-hmm. Fake friends, because you still can't sleep with one eye open. You got to sleep with one eye open.
The crazy thing is that everything he mentioned.
I support you guys putting your community first. I support you guys with that. I always put my people. I put my people first.
Yeah, I was going to say the crazy thing is that all those offenses that the brother mentioned, all of those are recent. He didn't even accumulate the stuff that they've been doing to us. That's just the recent stuff.
Yeah.
Answer somebody in a question that keeps asking why is it a bad thing to invest in Africa? Africa is a continent of 56 countries that they don't even count, 55 in the African Union. But I'll answer your question if you're listening to me and you're serious. In most African countries, the laws are that you can't own land if you're not a citizen. I can walk into Kenya tomorrow and hopefully my husband is laying 6 feet under. I have land that goes from the road all the way to the back, which is about 50 kilometers wide. I can get that. However, you don't own land in some of these countries, and if they don't want you, it's a perfect example. There are Black Americans fighting for their lives saying, come to Ghana, because they're situated, most of them are in Cape Coast, and they open up restaurants. For example, there's a vegan Jamaican restaurant in Cape Coast. Ain't no Ghanaians supporting that. Ghanaians don't even eat a lot of vegetables. That's just no, I'm not trying to be smart. I lived in a house with 15 people, and I always wondered why the toilets were always filled, and it was because they couldn't poop because they ate too much rice, and they didn't consume vegetables. I had to find a spot that made salads and bring them to the house. Then I started buying salad things and keeping them in the house. So you don't have rights. When you go and open a business and you're a foreigner, they come in all the time and say you need to pay VAT. VAT is what we call sales tax here. So you can't go and just do whatever you want in African countries. You need to know the laws and the rules. And Ghanaians do not support Black Americans' businesses. They don't even support each other. But the Lebanese, they don't need you to support them because they're 100,000 or more strong, and everybody needs coffee. They need to party. They own hotels. They own every bars and restaurant. Honeysuckle, D Cafe. They own everything. So when you go there, you have to know, like, wait a minute, I'm most likely supporting a Lebanese person, but Black Americans don't own restaurants and cars. Hotels and stuff like that. And when they do, again, they situate them on the Cape Coast so that they can get your trauma tourism money when you come see where you're sold from. Yes, the Lebanese are taking over all of West Africa. They love the coastal islands, and there are literally, Google will say it's like 30 to 50,000 Lebanese. It is more than like 100 to 150,000. The official census was done in 2020 when I lived there. Of course, I didn't take the census. Many people don't take the census, so that is why it's difficult to open a business in African
West
countries.
Africa.
Yeah, you have to know the laws.
There's a lot of corruption also. It's a corrupt countries.
I would give another reason not to invest in Africa.
Eritrea is corrupt as I don't know what. Please stop talking, sir.
Yeah, I give another reason why it's not a good idea to invest.
No, my country is not as corrupt as the West Africans. We have a bad leadership, but it's not as corrupt.
Well,
in Brooklyn we had a term. We're not beggars. We're not beggars.
In Brooklyn we had a term. It's called grimy. That's one reason not to invest in Africa. They're grimy.
Well, and I've noticed that they're not happy to see other people, even other Africans, prosperous. So then be a Black American and go in there. See about Khalees all over here. See about all the Black Americans that are investing in own land and property in African countries, and see how upset they're getting. When I lived in Kenya, I was drinking a yogurt, okay? I looked it up and I said, wait a minute, this yogurt comes from a YT family that stole land? And this yogurt was one of the most popular yogurts in Kenya. I stopped drinking it. But then Khalees went in there and bought land and employs Kenyans, and they got upset. Why are you upset? But you still have a YT yogurt company in there that stole their land. No, they won't get upset at them, but they'll get upset at you. You can't live too happy in these countries. You can't smile. It's just like when you go in the park. Let me go down the street. I live in the suburbs, but let me go down the streets and smile too hard. They gonna call the cops on me. The same thing in Ghana. Walking down the street too happy. They had to call me name. Look at you, Obolo. Obolo means fat. Yeah. They call me that every day, all day. I'm just too fat and happy. I'm eating. I'm good. Why you got to bother me? And that's every day.
In my country, if somebody's like big, that means they got money. If somebody's like fat, if they got that means they got bread.
That also means that in certain parts of Africa. My business didn't fall, by the way, to the person in the comment. My business didn't fail. It's a nonprofit. I didn't want to pay $10,000 bribery. And when I told Albert Larby, the immigration officer, asked me for $10,000, I told another immigration officer, he said, I'll just charge you $5,000. I'm a nonprofit. Lacey'sHouse.org is a nonprofit. So no, my business didn't fail. Dick sucker. I'm sorry. Because they always try to make it seem like you failed, it's your fault, or then a Ghanaian will come, oh, you came for our men, because they know for romance.
Invest in your community. Don't invest in these foreign countries. Always put your people in community first.
Why don't you invest in Ethiopia?
I'm not Ethiopian. What are you talking about? How many times I gotta tell you I'm not Ethiopian?
When did Eritrea gain independence?
We were recognized by the international community in 1993. We became independent, a sovereign nation, 1991, after a long liberation fight.
And how old are you?
How old I am?
What year were you born? Yeah, what year were you born?
2004.
He young. He only 20.
I'm 22.
Yeah, but if you were a little older, you'd be an Ethiopian, though, right? Hello? Correct?
For the love of
guys,
God, I'm
we
not
have
Ethiopian.
A new person up here.
I'm not Ethiopian.
Hold on, BP Smiley. Hello. Quickly for the panel.
Hi, thank you for having me. I love coming to your lives.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to be nice. So because I know
you don't have an immigrant background, right?
No, I'm American.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm indigenous American. So basically, how does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? It does not. It never has. I grew up with them being on TV with swollen bellies and flies around their eyes and just looking really sad. And we donated to them. We've always, crowdfunded to help a lot of these communities. And just the sheer disrespect that we've received in return has been so just the audacity. It's astounding. And it's funny hearing all of them say that they're Black now. I work in STEM, and I was talking to these guys at work, And mind you, they're Mexican, and they were even laughing and being honest that it's interesting hearing all these groups of people call themselves Black now. They because they said behind closed doors, they all say me no Black. So I find it ironic. I'm almost 50. They act like we forgot. We're not delusional, and we're not going to pretend with you. Didn't nobody want to be associated with us? And then the next question, why does everyone feel like they have authority over our identity? It's because we thought that if we open our arms to other cultures and other people, that it was going to lift all boats. We're not a selfish people. So how they all kind of stunt on each other, that's not typically our culture. And they changed the trajectory of everything of how we operate. So they don't see a problem with living in a mansion and right down the street they got hungry, starving people. That's a flex to them. They literally separate by tribes, but you go back 5 generations and they got the same cousin. We just don't think the same. We don't have the same dietary needs. We don't eat the same. We don't look the same. We don't come from the same haplogroup. We don't even have the same genomes. If people look that up, they will see there's really interesting data about how we're in no way associated with these people. So it's very ironic to hear them all say the same thing: DNA, DNA, DNA. The last thing I know, and the last thing I'll say, before I finish or before I bring it to a close, is where's the proof of their successes? Where's their Michael Jackson? If you ever notice, we don't even have the same rhythm. We don't have the same soul. We don't even have the same swag. It takes no effort. Thank you so much for the gifts. It takes no effort for us to just be them ones. We them people. We're the energy, we're the frequency, and everybody knows it.
Yeah. You know what? To piggyback off of that, we've been saving each other for centuries. When we were enslaved, even though we was oppressed, we was picking cotton. We was looking at the lay of the land, finding an escape routes. And we found an escape route. We created the Underground Railroad. And those slaves that were free and escaped, we went back for our people that was trapped. And the slaves that were given freedom, they purchased Black people. They purchased people, Black Americans, to give them freedom. We come from a culture of rescuing each other. They look at each other as poor people and rich people. I've seen rich Africans refer to their own communities. Oh, I don't deal with poor people. My poor people, You talking about your neighbors. You talk about Nigerians. You Nigerian, you calling them poor people. We don't have the same mindset because we come from a culture of looking out for each other. Now, we have bad apples in our community. We have Sambos, we have Coons. But 90% of our community, when we make it, we want to make it because we want to save our mothers. We know our mothers have worked hard, our grandmothers worked hard. If we make it big about mama house, we want to invite our cousins over. We always have a mindset of trying to, how is this going to benefit my entire community? You know what I'm saying? So you're right, absolutely, BP. We don't have the same mindset. And I wonder sometimes, like, we can't be the same people, because if they right now in the modern day are not supporting each other, and we was able to step up to the plate and support each other during slavery, in the most oppressive of times, we created ways to escape for everybody to get out, then we can't be the same. There's no way possible we can be the same people.
I can't see your screen name, but this is the thing too, where I completely agree with you. I feel a little different about the slavery thing, because I just feel like too many of us come from some form of wealth for that to be our story. I think a lot of us were enslaved on the land, but this was our land. But yeah, what I love about what you were saying in this facts is that our poor is totally different from everybody else's poor. When we have extra food in the house, we feed the community community. We are the ones that we borrow sugar, we borrow eggs, or we put everything in the pot, or we have a huge cookout. That's why we have family reunions, and we have these big dishes where we share with each other and we pass down generations. We be cousins with people that we went to school with or that we grew up in the neighborhood with. We're not the same people. And then last thing, someone slick said something in the comment about don't be claiming Michael Jackson. We claim all our people, from the poorest of us to the wealthiest of us. We are all one people.
We claim Michael Jackson.
But it's just the audacity. Like we respect and claim all our people. We don't play. We show up and show out for each other. That's why their businesses are hurting. Do you remember when everybody was bragging and it was all these articles about how they steal all this wealth out of our communities? The modern immigrant. And now all of a sudden that they see that we are like, you guys aren't going to keep stealing from us and taking our resources. We're closing up shop. Now they got a problem.
Sean, you need to mute your mic. Everybody can hear you.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and how dare somebody say don't claim Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson,
they crazy.
A proud Black American. Y'all bugging? I remember when he went and told. Yeah, when she talked, right, every MJ. But on top of that, I want to when people say, how we are, like, of course there are liars and there are scammers and sellouts in every culture, but that is a huge difference than having a culture of lying, scamming, and selling out. And that's what the Africans have. When you look at their individual cultures as a whole, it's a culture of lying, a culture of scamming, and a culture of selling out. And here's what I found that's quite profound. Damn near every region of the continent of Africa has a negative ethnic slur for Black Americans, but they don't have a negative slur or term for those that sell each other out. And while having a history of selling each other out to the European enslavers. And so that lets me know that there's no specific term for the sellouts in those tribes, because that's just a regular Tuesday. If you ain't selling each other out as an African over there, then you're just not working hard enough, because they do not have a term against it and they do not call it out. They actually feel proud when you point out how they scam. Whether it's the Somalians or we talking about the Nigerians and the Letters and the Prince Hakeems, when you talk to them about that, they look at us like we crazy and say, well, why don't you guys just scam like they do or scam like we do? Because that's not our culture, man. We get it out the mud. We make a way out of no way. We don't got to scam nobody.
That's what I wanted to say. They
scam nobody.
They think scamming is a flex. They look at scamming as a flex. If I meet you on the street, me and you gonna hang out at night, and you like where you get all this money from, and I know I've been stealing it and getting it illegally, I'm not gonna brag to you about it. For them, it's a flex. You're right. It's a flex.
Their soul is very different as well. Their inner being, the soul, is completely opposite of ours.
Yes.
There was I used to live in a building, and upstairs, Mary and her sister lived. They're both Nigerians. And I was up there. She said, come up here and eat dinner with us, right? So I'm eating dinner because they like to make food with besides just jollof. She said, you know what? You should make some money. Listen to this. You sound like a white tea person. You look like a white tea person. I could teach you how to do romance scams. What? I said, Mary Boo Boo, to you, I sound like a white tea person, but white tea Americans can know that I'm different. They were like, why you sound like a Black woman? And I said they would see my face, Mary, and say I'm Black just because you don't know. She literally tried to set me up to be a romance scammer online because she said you sound white and you look white. Ain't that something? Oh my God.
Nigerians are known for scamming.
But wait a minute,
fraud,
she did not have
fraud
to work
activities
because her father was a politician in Nigeria and he also owned oil. So she didn't work in Ghana. She just went to school and then ran around and partied all day and sold fake hair. So and then her younger sister was finishing up school. But Mary's still in Ghana somewhere. I'm sure she is, but like that's what she wanted to do, teach me how to scam. And then when I came back home, because I had breast cancer, when I came back home, the Ghanaian that lived upstairs, he said, I could buy you a ticket tomorrow. He said, but you the credit card ain't mine.
And LoveJone, why do they all think we bleach our skin? I hate that we get associated with colorism with these people. They're all colorists that infiltrated our communities. That's not who we are. We could have two light-skinned parents that birth chocolate babies. We love every tone we come in. I hate when they do that. We do not bleach our skin. We have never done that.
Not like a pandemic, like an epidemic like them. And especially not in 2026. Like, we do have some colorism in our community, but it is not nearly as prevalent as they have in theirs. But we have a new person up here. Maui, hello. How are you?
What's up? Is Maui from Louisiana, before and after purchase.
All right, go ahead. I gave you your 3 minutes so you could speak uninterrupted, and then we go open back up the panel. Go ahead.
All right, so how does Pan-African benefit Black Americans? It don't. I just left a Pan-African panel because I was really trying to understand where they came from. Virginia, the person that was holding the thing, they were saying that they were from Virginia. And I was just clearly asking her, like, do you know about the paper genocide that went on in Virginia with the Native people or anything like that? Couldn't answer it. So anytime I would bring up a topic, they would refute it and reflect on it. But the Pan-Africanism doesn't benefit us. Right now, like, what's her name? Joy Reid. She came out talking about like our dishes, as far as jambalaya or our music. It all stems from Africa. You know what I mean? And that's the main reason that we need to delineate. And it goes on to the second part of the prompt. Why does everybody feel like they have authority over Black Americans? Africans feel like they have authority over us because they feel like we are a little bit piece of them. They feel like we are the mixed people. We're not fully African, and that since we have the label African American, they feel like they want to use that to their advantage so they can take claim over things that they had nothing to do with. Like another thing the girl was saying is that we're begging for reparations. We have not came to nobody and asked nothing about reparations. Africans have been begging for reparations when they participated.
Hello.
So, you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with that. It has everything with us Black Americans taking ownership of our culture before we get erased again. Because now we can see the play. We see where you guys already have erased us a million times, and now we see y'all are trying to erase us in our face. Like they just got rid of the BET Hip Hop Awards to reintroduce the Caribbean Awards. You know what I mean? So it's like they're slowly trying to get the different people under us, though. They don't just want Africans. They want Africans that act like Black Americans. Same thing that goes on with the people in Hollywood. They rather pick these people because they're going to accept a lower pay. They want civilized Negroes, and we ain't gonna never be civilized Negroes because we never been civilized Negroes. It's either they're gonna have to understand that right now it's not about us asking for anything. It's about them getting ready to hand it over. It ain't no more asking. It's too much information out here for them not to acknowledge us as our own ethnic group, acknowledge all the technological advances that everybody uses over all around the world. It's up to America to decide what they want to do. Because it's at least about, they keep saying 45, they've been saying 45 million for years. It's more Black people than they ever expected. That's why they want us to protest so they can count us. But that is out. I land with that. Spread love the book.
Period.
Joy Reid, her father's from the Congo and her mother's from Guyana. She's the first generation. Yeah,
I thought she was bi-ethnic at least.
No, and on top of this, her mom died. Her mom passed away at 17, and her relationship with her father is estranged. She said even when she goes,
so she's African and Caribbean.
Joy Reid is not even her name. Joy Reid
that's not her name. It's like French or something, right?
She said her name is too long.
Yeah.
She said her name is too long, so she had to change it to Joy Reid.
Yeah, that's her American name. Most Africans have an American name and African name.
That part.
Just like the guy that got called a Akata in the restaurant. You can see his code switch from Black American, from African to Black American.
That code switch was crazy. But hold on, guys. We got a new person. We got a new person on here. Charlie Prince, can we have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Or I think you said you had a question you wanted to ask.
Big FBA. I don't need 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you anyways. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, question, right? So, let's say, for instance.
Oh, what's going on with the people going in and out of tea time? Maybe somebody calling. I don't know. That was happening to the girl. And what's happening? Hello? This is
So, here's the thing, right? And I just want to pose this hypothetical question. And maybe you guys can take it to your separate groups or whatever. But had Jesse Jackson not come up with the African American thing, do you think they would still be on our nuts like they are? And I would like to pose that question.
I think so. Yes.
I want answers for my 3 minutes.
I think so, but I don't think that it would be in the same way that they would be saying, oh, African American, I wear African American, but absolutely they would, because they would be saying, well, we look alike, because they also say that we look the most alike out of everybody else, so we got to be the same. Absolutely, I think they would.
So we were still Negroes. You think it'll still be? You think it'll still be?
I think they would still be trying to cosplay and co-opt our likeness. Mm-hmm.
I agree. And I also would say if it wasn't Jesse Jackson that did it, they would have found somebody else.
Okay.
They would have found somebody else in. But why them having our hairstyles? And you can see from their culture, their parents are telling them, we don't want y'all to look like that because y'all become a target. Them having our hairstyles, our haircuts, our lingos, they look in the mirror and they feel like, okay, you know what? I am Black American because we made it possible for them to feel good about being Black. So we
I
take
don't know
that
why
away.
they
Then what are they?
wearing dashikis and all that.
We made them wear dashikis. we made them wear dashikis, and it's not even from them. A white person came up with dashikis.
Wow.
Yeah, and also to answer your question, I would say we can't look at it as a separate entity or a separate event in time. What I've learned as I'm advocating here, specifically in New York City, is that none of these things have happened in a vacuum. So Jesse Jackson being the one to push African American was a part of the ploy for them to be on our nuts, so to speak, in the way that you say. So that was part one. That was the gateway drug to get us to this point where they can assume my identity. Because
the foundation.
Yeah, right.
That was the plan from the beginning.
That was involved in that.
Hold on, one mic. Let this man land.
Yeah, when you look at the people that was involved, like, so you have a Dr. Ron Daniels, who was a campaign director on Jesse Jackson's campaign when he ran for president. Dr. Ron Daniels, who is now one of the founders and members of the current day Pan-African movement and organization called Narcan and Cobra, he is on record going across the country as saying today's Afro immigrant is tomorrow's African American. And so this was always deployed. They knew that they needed a Trojan horse with which to be able to take melanin and pull from their identities, their ethnic groups, into a ethnic group that all of us is a part of. Because in the late 80s, when Jesse Jackson and the Democrat Party pushed African American, right after that, on top of that, is when you get the OMB and Special Directive Number 15 in 1997. So just a good, less than 10 years later, you have the federal government taking African American, which was our ethnic designation, even though many of our people pushed back against it. But now, from 1997 to present day, the current definition of African American is anyone with origins in the Black racial groups of Africa. And so when people get on here and say, I'm not foundational Black American, or I'm not Black American, I'm African American, that's a useless term, because African American includes continental African immigrants, Afro-Caribbean immigrants, Afro-Hispanic / Latino immigrants, Afro-Asian immigrants, foundational Black Americans, and any other Afro group that decides to come and immigrate to the United States of America. It's no longer an ethnic term. There's no culture for it. It's a racial catch-all category that's used specifically to erase our ethnic autonomy in the hopes of there's some type of racial unity that comes from that. And what we found is it does not, because we do not have the same political priorities as an Afro immigrant.
Exactly. And when did they launch this? They launched it after the death of Martin Luther King, after he said that he led his people into a burning building and had them sit in the corners of their own land. And then after he said that, they unalived him, and then they launched Jesse Jackson. And he was there the day that he passed. So it's just really unfortunate that this has to happen, but I'm so glad that it happened in my lifetime, so I can be one of the people to stand up and say, hey, no, we are our own ethnic group. We want ownership of our culture. These people had to fight, get unalive for on this land. You think African slaves that were released from slavery will still be fighting for a land that wasn't theirs? Come on now, we got common sense.
LoveJone, you can drop me, baby. You can drop me.
Okay. Somebody said, oh, how do you convince people that are not African that they're African? The same way you fucking convince.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
Walmart is walking around here, don't know what the hell they're doing.
All right. The same way you can convince people that they were slaves that weren't slaves. The same way you can convince people that they were criminals that weren't criminals. The same way you can convince people that they weren't thieves that they are thieves. Like, it's the same way you indoctrinate the goddamn kids. Exactly. Put it in a school. You indoctrinate the children. You make it some fake ass law. You create a bill like Barack Obama did, and you can and MK Ultra root work and goddamn spells. That's what the hell they do. I don't know what's so hard about that. And then they took a group of people that look similar with a similar phenotype. So that's what they did.
The conditioning almost starts on day one.
Exactly. The same way that Columbus discovered America in 1492.
Hello.
That's not that hard. You tell a lie long enough and strong enough, and you control the means which the information is disseminated. It's an easy thing. Social media, for all its faults, one of the biggest positives is that it's allowed us to be our own voices and to live in the age. You act a lot of things that, like, for instance, even with Pan-Africanism, for a long time, they lied to us and told us that Africans was not complicit in the slave trade. Meanwhile, when you go look it up, it's plain as day. And they're
doing it right now.
Right, that's right, and they're selling right. And before the the information age and social media and the internet, we wouldn't know that they still selling their children into slavery on that lake in Ghana, because that was happening over there. We didn't know what was going on over here. But now that we can have that access to that, we see that all the stuff they was lying to us about, so we push for this faux unity based on melanin and being African. Now we see all the hypocrisy and the holes in it. And so the same way they told us that and told us that is the same way they took these group of people, told them they was African, put Roots on TV to help propagate it, and all of a sudden it can become fact until other people unravel it, and that's what we're doing in real time. We unraveling it now.
Can I say something too? Is there someone new on the panel?
No, everyone has been up here before. Go ahead.
And just so you know, the app is acting really weird. It kicked me out of the live and completely out of the, and it kicked me out of the app. The app took a while to even relaunch.
That's why people kept going on and off of tea time. I'm like,
yeah, it's something weird. The app has been all off.
Y'all need to update it.
No, I think it's them. I think it's the tech. Like, they haven't been able to work out the kinks.
Yeah.
So because I can't even gift the panel from my iPad. So sometimes I'll go out of the live and I'll gift from my phone. It's really weird.
I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, it's all bad. But what I also wanted to ask is, why do they always have the audacity to try to have us field questions? How come they don't never know nothing? How come they weren't taught to have pride in their people? How come they wasn't taught to come together and use their common sense and use all these fake brilliant people that they so-called have, engineers and doctors, and they ain't cured nothing, ain't fixed nothing, ain't built nothing, ain't did nothing, but they all up in our business? Like, to me, I'm sick and tired of the audacity sitting in front of my face. You don't even respect yourselves and respect your people, but you asking us what we doing. When you figure out what you doing and you fix your problem, then you can come ask me some questions. But do a little work first.
Those questions are field research.
That's it. Yes, because they're always asking, well, what's this and who's this? And it's like, but honestly, you know, the reason why I do say the things that I say is because we're also teaching each other. There's lots of things that I learned from hearing them ask questions or from us just talking on these panels that I didn't know. You know what I mean? And that is the main mission. Like sometimes, you know, other people they're going to get the message too, but ultimately we're teaching each other, and that's what matters most.
We are. And can I say one last thing? And I'll go on mute. I also wanted to say too, I think what they don't understand is they failed an open book test. It's interesting to me how they blame us for Trump and they blame us for all these changes. Majority of the people that voted for him was immigrants. Like they all voted him in. They even made songs celebrating him being the next coming of their savior. And they even celebrated him in other countries. They had their leaders advocate on public stage. And so what they don't understand is that the contract is up. The ancestors have spoken. They had to give us our land back. I don't care about reparations. I care about restitution. I respectfully, I don't dislike or hate anybody, but it's time for everybody to go home. Go honor your people and go build your land.
Well, you know, I think it boils down to respect for me, because if white people had done half the things that we did, they would have no issue calling them elite or superior. And for some reason, we have the most elite culture in the entire world as Black Americans. We created the 3-light traffic light. We created the automatic elevator doors. We created the ironing board. We created R&B and hip hop. Our genre of music is streamed the most out of anybody else's genre in the entire world. Yet for some reason, we have to be so fucking humble that we can't even claim or be proud of being elite culturally, an elite cultural superpower in the entire world. And so I think for me, I hear what y'all are saying, what the lady before me just said about the African, but it gets to a point to where when are they going to start showing us respect for our cultural impact and our innovations that we have made in this world? Everything we've invented, from this thing to the traffic lights to the telephone, living these conflicts because these people are not getting respect that we deserve. And that's where I'm at in my mentality right now, is that I'm at a point to where I've reached and I've looked at history and I've studied who we are and I've studied American history. And everything they praise the white man for are things that we have contributed, right? And so we have been diminishing who we are for so many decades to try to appease everybody else. And with our new generation, the millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, we're not minimizing who we are anymore for anybody. If y'all not going to respect us for who we are, which are the innovators, the cultural appropriators of the universe, everybody feeds off of Black American culture and innovation, period. It's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it's time for everyone, the Africans, the Jamaicans, the Asians, the Native Americans, the Europeans, to show us respect for what we have contributed to the world. We have been showing everybody else respect and bowing down to everybody else and making ourselves so small to fit into circles and environments and cultures that don't respect us, although we are the ones who are bringing everything to the fucking table. And that is done. So I feel like we will get to a better place when people just learn how to respect us. As long as they are following the white man's ideology and feel as if disrespecting Black Americans is patriotism, we're never going to get anywhere, right? And so I think that's why I'm perfectly fine with us being on an island all by ourselves, because we have created so much that I believe in us enough to know that if we were ever given the opportunity just to be free, to just do our own thing, we would have no issue creating the universe, the world that we truly deserve at this point, because we've always done that. It's just that everyone else is benefiting from it, but us at this point, you know?
Okay. Chicago John, hello. You came back up on the panel. What's up?
Yeah, I just came back as your tech, your Blackie text guide individual here. Just wanted to let you know there is an update that did happen, but for the young lady with the iPad, they do know that the iPad gifting is weird and not really working for the iPad stuff. Now I don't know that the app fixed everything, but it did. There's a big old app that's coming out, at least for the iPhones.
that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Okay.
Also, to piggyback off of Starboy, did you want to say something, host? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say this, like, and I always, when we having these conversations, one of the things that always comes to my mind is the movie The Green Mile with Michael Clark Duncan, God rest his soul. When he was talking to Tom Hanks' character, and he was telling him, he was asking, well, how did the white team man, how did he, unalive these two young girls? And he was explaining to me, he said, boss, he killed them with their love. And I always think about that when I think about us as an ethnic group, because part of the issue, but part of who we are as a people, is that we always had love for all these other groups because we knew what it felt like to be in the belly of the beast and to be otherized and to be pushed to the margins and discriminated against, to be targeted. So one of the things that we did subconsciously as a collective was, we weren't going to ever treat another group how they treated us. What we didn't know that we know now, and when you know better, you do better, is that most of these other groups were the silent partners, the out loud partners, or have chosen to come here and align with the white supremacists that did that targeting to us. And so now what I see, and I don't disagree with anything that Starboy said, but here's what's happening now, is that no longer do we feel like we need to be in a position where we're trying to win friends or do what's right by other people by staying humble and just being on the low and being cool, because we always knew we were great. We just didn't want to make other people feel small. But now that we know, and I'm here in New York, so this is a perfect example, all the Afro-Caribbeans and all the continental Africans that came much later, when their numbers were small, they was on the humble. They was on something, paying homage or just being quiet, even though they had these same negative thoughts and racist tropes about us. But as soon as their numbers built up, that's when they started smelling themselves. That's when they started reading their own press. That's when they let the white supremacists put the battery in their back. And then that's when they came established in ours. And so now we on some, everybody else got to get out and lay down. You got to hold your own nuts. There's no more compassion coming from us. There's no more going out of our way to make you feel good. We're just going to do us, and we're going to let you do you. The issue is that you're so used to us. When we do us, that means we're fighting for you, that you never had to fight for yourself. So that's why it feels oppressive. That's why you feel offended, because now you got to get out here and hold your own and stand on your own 1-2s. And so here's how I feel. And I believe we are in the middle of a Black American renaissance. Not based on race, but based on our ethnic group. We taking our L's and holding them and taking responsibility for those, but now we're counting all of our wins and saying, nope, whether you got a win or a loss, that's on you. You put on your board and we'll put on our board. And as we're looking up the tally and looking up at the score, we're looking up the gold medal count, it's always going to be in our favor because we just them people. And how I feel is this way. If you don't respect and recognize our greatness, it's okay. We're going to make you put respect on our name. And that's just it at this point.
I just want to say, could you guys stop generalizing us, or you're just creating more enemies for your community?
No, and we don't care. Respectfully, we are so used to not being liked. We really don't give a damn.
Specific of who's which African country.
No one is
it's
saying
everybody.
that.
Nobody's on our side. Nobody's ever been in my almost 50 years of life. No one's ever been on our side. We've always been marginalized.
I respect.
We've always been triangulated. Everyone has disrespected us while taking from us and smiling in our face. We literally had to be innovative. We used to have tons of barbershops and hair salons and all these amazing small businesses. A lot of us had to pivot and level up and all be in corporate America or coming up with a different way to approach business, to create, to tap into our artistry, because everything has been co-opted in ways to try to make us fail. So when you have those kind of people, the magic that we tap into to still be original and still be the leaders, we don't know any different. So no, we've always been generalized. And you know what? We always took those L's. We took those L's when everybody said your people need to do better. We would come together and say, okay, you know what? It's time to level up. That's why we're the most educated. That's why we're the most innovative. That's why we're the most resilient, because we don't stop. And with all due respect, we don't even have time to dislike or hate anybody, because we are love, and we know that would stop our progression. We're just going into a whole new level and a whole new frequency, and y'all just gonna be left behind. And that's not our problem.
And also,
young man, if that's not you, you shouldn't be
Let me
offended.
speak right quick. At the end of the day, we everybody, the whole fucking world is anti-Black American. We've had to deal with immigrants attacking us. We've had to deal with white people that look like us attacking us. So what do you mean we gonna have enemies? We already, welcome to the goddamn show. Welcome to the party. We already done been here, okay? We ain't new to this, we true to this. We've never had true alliances from any group as a collective. Like individual pockets of people, absolutely. But as a collective, y'all motherfuckers ain't nobody ever put on a cape for us like that, ever. So stop the press. And who the fuck is you? What, you rolling up? We supposed to be scared? Like, what you doing?
And he
What's
going
really
back
good?
and
What you
going
trying to
back and
do?
forth.
What
So
you trying to do?
Back and forth and stuff. So I don't even know what side he really on, because at one
You
point
don't
he's
know
like, "Oh
what
yeah,
side
those
he's on.
Nigerians are scammers and stuff," and now he's like, "Oh, but please don't come after us. Please don't generalize."
And
I'm
East
like, "What
Africans
side are you
sometimes are
on?"
more racist than West Africans. But love, I'm about to drop because it keeps kicking me out, right? But of course, I always want to. I want to leave a motivational statement before I go, right?
Oh,
per
go
usual.
ahead.
So I'm about to drop. This is my closing statement. I really appreciate you bringing me up. Again, I'm sorry for the last weekend when I was up here. I woke up hungover, like, what did I do? Oh my god! But anyway. So my closing statement tonight is respectfully, we are not a servant class of people. We are warriors. Our ancestors didn't come to America, didn't have their land stolen to smile and serve white colonizers happily. We didn't bow down when our land was stolen. We fought for our land. And the ones who came here in chains, we taught them to do the same, right? We built empires in the dark. We survived the worst and still rose up and fought the colonizers on this land. That is our spirit as Black Americans. That's exactly why we fall out with some Africans and Caribbean sometimes. A lot of them grew up in these tourist economies. They were raised to smile, serve, cater, and repeat hospitality mindsets. That's good for them, but we weren't raised like that. We were raised in the belly of the beast, the belly of resistance. We don't know. We don't bow. We build. We fight. We create. We have a different bloodline, culture, and spirit. With all due respect, okay. And we, like, I always go back to this because I like people to take this to account. We have that Moorish sword in the center of our flag for a reason. Our ancestors put that in there for a reason. They were very specific and intentional with that. It was designed in 1967 by Melvin Charles and Gleason T. Jackson. The designer specifically chose a Moorish boarding sword from the 8th century with the curved blade carried by Moorish leaders and deliberately blunted it. Why is it blunted? It symbolizes the strength turned toward building and cultivating the earth, not destruction. The gold sword sits inside the center of a golden wreath of fig leaves. The sword on our heritage flag, it's not just for decoration, guys. It's memory. It's the blade of our Moorish ancestors who conquered kingdoms, defended empires, and passed down that warrior DNA straight to us. Every time we stand tall, we swing that sword in our spirit. So to all my Black Americans, Sulans, FBAs, we are the children of kings who refuse to kneel. We turn trauma into jazz, into hip hop, into civil rights, into culture that runs the entire world. We don't need permission from anybody. We don't have to define our culture for everybody. We don't need validation anymore from anyone else. We just need to remember who the hell we are, and that's it. And that's where I'm gonna land at. I respect you, LoveJone. I'll be back every time, and you need to get some mods up here. But y'all have a good night.
I don't really like the idea of moderating. Good night.
You do a good job without mods, though. That's that nurturing Virgo spirit you got. But I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night, though. I appreciate you.
Good night. I have one from my YouTube that was just by default when I first ever did a live. She was in here and she was like, "Oh my god, it was so much." So I just made her one, but she never hardly up here. And then I 20, and that was because I was on a panel that was earlier on too, and I was like, oh my God, like I needed to use the bathroom. That's before I got like a rhythm. And she just seemed mad cool and chill, like she ain't off nothing. So I just made her one. But mods scare me because I see other people moderators on other channels. I'm used to like YouTube lingo on other platforms, and they be doing way too fucking much for my liking. I don't like when people be like, I'm a mod, I could drop you, bitch. I'm a motherfucking mod. You say something I don't like, I will drop you. I don't like that. Like they be on a power trip too much. It just makes me uncomfortable. Like I'll see mods like dropping people from the live because they don't like what the hell the people is talking about. Mods be blocking people because they don't like what the hell people talking about. I don't like that. Like, bro, like sis, this ain't your goddamn, that's not your shit. What the hell? Just because you a mod don't mean you gotta be bullying and strong arming people. And then also, like, sometimes I'll see like the host trying to like make the mod comfortable, and it's just like
Power dynamic.
yeah, it's like weird. And I know everybody's not like that, but it just, I be seeing shit like that and I just be like, eh. Like sometimes of course you should interject, help out. But the way people just be going too hard, like, cause I'm a motherfucking my hoe and you gotta listen. Like, ugh.
And on TikTok too. And it's for everybody out there. If you do have a mod and you're not really cool, you're live while while they're in your room, that can suspend your account fast. I've had people, in my agency like lose the suspensions and stuff like that.
Crazy. I've worked with people on social media before, and I had a mod on YouTube, and I have so much PTSD that I'm trying to unwork because I don't want to like put that off on other people, but people will get mad and expose you. Like this bitch begged me to be a moderator multiple times, and I just like, okay. She got mad because she kept trying to get in my personal business with another content creator, kept asking me all these questions, sending me a million DMs. Her mother was saying I was her long lost daughter. It was just, they all done flew over the cuckoo's nest. And I'm nice and inviting and friendly, so I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to be mean to you, but I don't know you. I don't know none of y'all. Like we meeting in the metaverse and we're getting to know each other. So it was just like so strong. And then when she got mad at what I was talking about, she was in my live chat talking shit with mad ops in the room, like, oh, you don't need to be talking about this and I don't like this. And I'm like, bitch, you overstepping. Like now we got to square up in the motherfucking street because you're trying to embarrass me. You're a fucking mod and you talking against what I'm talking about. Like she was just way out of line. So then when she got really mad, I had to like, she just was doing too much. So I unmodded her and I didn't block her. Another mod blocked her. That's that shit I don't be liking. So she was like, oh, you blocked me, blah, blah, blah. But that last instance that I told you, that was the last straw, whereas I did block her. She made another page to come on my panel and call in and was talking crazy. Her mother was in the background getting crazy. I said, I'm not going to argue with your old ass fucking mother. Like, that's just not my vibe. And why do you have your mother involved in this? This is just so fucking weird. And she wanted to be a content creator. So you know what she did? A 5-hour fucking live stream dragging me. And they never stopped since. The bitch done went on panels and went all over the goddamn streets of the internet to anybody who will listen talking about me. And I said, God damn, this is what the hell people do when they get mad. And I have a lot of PTSD, but I'm working through it. But anyways, and hello. How are you? Let me give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt, and then I think we might probably get into final thoughts. I've been up here for a while. Go ahead.
Hey, LoveJones.
Hi.
How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? So I have a different perspective on this, and don't be mad at me when I say this, but we do have plenty of full-blooded Africans that have been here for a while, and I think that they have the right to be Pan-Africans, but I'm not going to support them unless they all want to go to Africa and settle there. I don't want a bunch of Pan-Africans in the USA, because all they want to do is bring all the Africans over here that's trying to flee. And I don't want that. I support you if you want to go and settle in Africa and not come back. But other than that, they have a right to want to connect with their roots if they are full-blooded Africans. They absolutely do. But where I draw the line is them bringing all of their freaking like African cousins and shit over here. No, this is not like, it's not a human right to be a U.S. citizen. I think people get it confused because it's like, no, these people are way too damn entitled to come over here and then have the audacity to talk shit to Black Americans. It's like, no, I'm not going to let that happen. But if all the Pan-Africans went to Africa, we can focus on us Black Americans here in the United States. Then it won't be all this back and forth, back and forth. So if they want to be Pan-Africans, let them, but just tell them to go back to Africa. Why does everyone feel like they have I think Africa with the out of Africa theory has a lot of Africans specifically feeling like they own Blackness. But it didn't help that race was created by these YT supremacists that have pushed that forever, and they just eat it up. They eat it up, and I'm so sick of it. Because even when you look at the Aboriginal Australians, they are very dark skinned, very beautiful, but they did not descend from Africa. And even scientists have said that they have been in Australia for at least 50,000 years. So why does it have to be that Black Americans, and we look the way we do, and it's like, why do you just assume that all of us descended from Africa? That's not true. It's just an out of Africa theory, and I'm so glad that you say that on your show, LoveJone. But yeah, they say that we are YT supremacists because some of us support ICE. And it's like, well, you're the one that's running with the YT ideology of race, which is a social construct created by them to suppress people, right? There's nothing wrong with having pride in your ethnicity. And because Black Americans want to have pride in our ethnicity, people have a problem with it because all of a sudden we're supposed to represent the whole freaking Black race. No, we don't. We don't represent the whole freaking Black race. And I'm getting so tired of people making it seem like everybody is the freaking same. We're not.
That part.
And it's okay that we're not. You know, I'm not saying that I can't be cool with Africans, but how come we can't be cool when you stay in your own country and build up your own country? I wish that they would do that. I would be more cool with them if they decided to stay and fight and get rid of their freaking corrupt ass leaders. Like, I would be more cool with them if they did that, but no, they all want to flee over here and overcrowd the freaking USA. I'm sick of it. I ain't got nothing against Africans. I probably have some full-blooded Africans in my lineage, and I'm not ashamed of that.
A little far back, of course.
But it's like we don't have the same culture, and that's what people don't understand. Black American culture is nothing similar to any of the African cultures, and they want to try to, make it seem like they're the superior culture and all this stuff, like we're some offshoot freaking Africans. But we don't think the same. We don't have the same heart. We are not similar. And, for the Africans that have been in the USA for a long time, I'm cool with them. I'm not trying to get them to leave, but it is their ultimate decision if they want to be Pan-Africans, and I cannot stop them. But I just want them to go back to their homeland if they want to be Pan-Africans instead of supporting Black Americans in the USA. I'd land with that. Thanks, LoveJone.
Yes, Haitian flag. You popping it real bad in the comments. Like, come on the panel and speak your piece or be quiet. Shut up. Talking about some, y'all talking about this again. Y'all love to come in these spaces and be in our business. Ain't nobody call for you. Ain't nobody send for you. You could have kept on scrolling, but you did not because you're entertained. And y'all love us real bad. Y'all love us so bad. Y'all obsessed.
Having your own alphabets language makes you better than someone who doesn't.
How? When it has no leverage, it has no weight, it's not a commodity, you can't use it to trade, you can't use it to do shit.
Also,
yes,
we have our own dictionary. We have Black English.
We have languages too that
literally
they
have our
don't
own
know.
dictionary.
They're teaching English in Burkina Faso, Mr. Ethiopian. So he knew that it was so important that he decided to add that to the curriculum, Mr. Ethiopian.
And language
let me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could care less about the rest of Africans. I put my people first. I'm
I know
speaking.
Ethiopian. I know.
I'm
Mr.
not Ethiopian.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
telling you about my people.
Your
I'm
parents
saying
were born in
we're the
Ethiopia.
only
Your
we're the only
parents were
people on
born
the
in
African
Ethiopia. Am I
continent
correct?
who have our own alphabets, written language, our own indigenous language is
You
still
talk about Ethiopians,
spoken.
they have their
Our
own
national
indigenous language and their
language,
own
the
alphabet.
national language of my country, is a language
What is your language?
which belongs Tigrinya.
Language
Okay,
is
Ethiopia has
used
their own alphabet too. So what?
Ethiopia is a fake country. It's a British made up. The British was in.
Here we go.
right.
They're literally balkanizing.
Language is used to communicate. It's not used to build. What have you built with your language and your alphabet?
Civilization. We have a
It's
rich.
3.2 million of y'all. What did you build? 3.2 million Eritreans. Come on,
My ancestors were merchants.
Nigerians and Lagos.
My ancestors were
Nigerians and Lagos.
My ancestors were scholars, merchants. They traded with.
You had to dig deep for
No,
that,
I'm
didn't you,
not
baby?
making it. I mean, you
Your
can look
mommy
it
and
up.
daddy though was Ethiopian.
They had a massive
Can you give us some
empire.
names?
Your daddy Ethiopian, you Ethiopian. Okay.
No, my
your mommy and
ancestors.
daddy were Ethiopian.
Ethiopia is gonna balkanize. Is like they're literally in the middle of a civil war. They're
I
having.
know they are. They try to take out Tigray and the Amhara people, right? But I don't care about that. Your parents are Ethiopian, right?
They're not.
Yeah, they were, because they were born in Ethiopia, and you were born.
They were not born in Ethiopia.
Eritrea was made a country.
No,
yes,
we
you
were
were
under.
sir.
No, we were under illegal occupation.
Oh, come on. You said you like playing semantics.
But they keep saying we don't have language, but we literally we speak differently in every state. I'm in California. We got our own language and swag. There's a different swag and a different language in every state in this country, and we all still connect. Our 50 states is basically the equivalent of you guys' countries.
So
and
where
don't like each other. That's
where did the English language originate?
But you guys can't stand each other, and you completely separate yourself. But you in our business. That makes absolutely no sense, because we, with all due respect, do not care what y'all got going on over there. Y'all got bigger fish to fry than to be in our business. Like, you guys should be trying to figure out your electricity problem, your roads problem,
I said that earlier, Akeem.
your landfill problem.
But you guys are the one that's involved. You guys are putting us in the same boat. If you guys don't want us to speak up about your issues, right? Stop saying African.
You said
you
not
just
African.
said you wasn't
You
African.
said you wasn't African to
So why do you
Ethiopians.
care if we say African?
You're annoying me. Are
You
you
said
tired?
I'm not African. Like, it
You
shouldn't
said
bother
you're
you
not
that we say
African.
African. And at the end of the day, Eritrea remains one of the world's poorest nations with widespread poverty, particularly in rural areas and limited economic development. The economy faces severe constraints, including drought, limited infrastructure, and a prolonged national service program that limits the adult labor force economic participation. So with your language,
I don't deny that, man.
Your language hasn't done anything for your people. So that does not make you superior.
Oh, it has done many things.
It does not. No, it hasn't. You guys are poor.
It's a part of our identity. What are you talking about?
Nobody said that it's not, but you keep saying it like if you said it makes you superior. You literally said that, and it does not. It does not.
It's something I'm proud of to have our own.
You should be proud. You should, but it does not make
proud
you
over there.
It does not make you a superior. Okay. Anyways, the king. Can we have your ethnicity? I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hey, I'm an FBA, and yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Cool. How does Pan-Africanism benefit Black Americans? I think that it could possibly benefit Black Americans if we weren't beefing and, basically taking our American money in Africa, building and trying to do something there. I think that's the way that it could. But other than that, I don't see how it would benefit Black Americans.
Wait, taking our money and building in Africa would benefit us how?
Well, basically, it would benefit them a lot too. It would benefit their economy, but it would benefit us too because we won't have to worry about racism. And also your money the American dollar goes a long way in Africa.
So what about tribalism? And what about xenophobia?
Oh yeah.
What about being a foreigner or an immigrant?
They're gonna be complaining about Black Americans coming to their country, buying up everything. When the white man doing the same, when the white man is doing the same thing, and they don't complain about him.
And you want us to trade for that?
I didn't say. I didn't say that.
Go ahead, finish your time that you got.
I didn't say that we should do that. I was just saying, like, I was thinking that that's one way that it could benefit us. I didn't say that that's the way to go. And then for the other question, why does everyone feel like they have authority over Black American identity? Because they feel like our culture is everyone's culture. They feel like it's not our culture anymore. Like they took it from us. So they have just as much right to it as we do. Hip hop is for everybody. You know, fried chicken is for everybody. Our culture is for everybody. And that's just how they see it. I'm thinking.
He not us. And I will unalive on that hill. I don't believe you, sir.
I agree with her.
Agree with who?
Agree too. I'm sorry. Yeah.
They don't think that you're a lineage ethnic Black American.
I am though.
Why do you got a lot of stuff on your page and everything?
Sounds like he has an accent too.
Yeah, I'm definitely FBA, but I was just,
what's African? Well, why you have Afro-Mexican stuff, videos and everything?
I don't have any Afro-Mexican videos.
I just went to your page. It said, y'all can go to your page. It said Afro-Mexican and had a lot of Afro-Latino stuff on your page.
No, what I said was Afro-Mexicans made tacos, created Mexican food.
They always think they could pull a fast one on us. We know our people. And we can't tell you how we know, but we all know.
Yeah. I don't want to argue with you about what I
because you know we right.
You don't want to argue. That's stupid.
Are you deny, like, I don't know nothing about no Afro.
Are you biracial?
You got six videos on your page.
I'm not biracial. I'm bi-ethnic. My daddy's from Nigeria and my mom is Black American.
Oh my God.
My mom is Black American.
Why you
I was born in America and I was raised FBA.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to be. I don't want to be somebody that's going to. I want to keep it real. I want to be real.
See, this is why they go and they
FBA
make fake pages
is the blueprint.
with nothing else on it, like the fake.
I understand that, but when it's true, when it's right, it's right. I like to be real. I like to be real.
Exactly. We don't have FBA on the prompt. Nobody said FBA.
I like to be real. I'm FBA. I came in. I said I was FBA.
No, he's
that's
not.
What I represent.
Yeah, we knew you were lying as soon as you open your mouth.
A Nigerian FBA. Oh God.
I mean, I'm by blood. I'm by ethnic. I can never deny my father, even though I met him late. When I was already a grown man when I met him. And
so why didn't you lead with that though?
Lean with what? Because I represent. I'm FBA. That's what I. I'm to me, I'm Black American. I'm not a Nigerian.
What your father is.
You know what I'm saying? Because right now, and this is realistically, a Nigerian would never accept me for being a Nigerian. A Nigerian. I was born in America, raised by my mama. So,
like the biracial kids, the white side don't accept them, so they come and dump all that shit over here. I
don't know anything about that because I'm not white, but I do know what I'm just said. I don't want to get confused about what somebody else got going on.
So your mother is Nigerian?
No, my daddy's Nigerian. And
so you are Nigerian then? If your father
I met my father when I was 24.
You're Nigerian. You're not Black American.
Listen. My mom's Black American, and I was born in America.
LoveJone, how do we always be knowing? How we always be knowing? Tell me, how we always be knowing?
Because I'm not acting ignorant. That's why.
Where your mom family?
Definitely being ignorant right now.
That's why I'm not acting ignorant. And I'm just being real.
Thank you very much.
I had to say that because whenever FBA want to tell me I'm not an FBA and argue with me,
that's being FBA on this panel,
that's being very ignorant.
I'm not an FBA.
You get what I'm saying? Whenever you want to argue with somebody about their race, if I say I'm FBA, accept that.
Do y'all hear me?
Accept
everybody in the chat hear me, right?
We can hear your accent. We can hear your accent.
Right.
Well,
The
if you hear
accent
my
is
Moving
there.
like
accent,
us.
you would know my
You're not
accent comes
moving
from
like us.
Chicago.
How
My
you gonna
accent
tell
comes
us
from
what to
No.
do?
Chicago,
Definitely
Illinois.
did not.
We know our
That's
people.
not a Chicago
You
accent,
know,
We know our
like for
actually.
people from
example,
Chicago, brother. You
like
just
for
have a
example,
Chicago accent.
Kanye West and
No,
Chief
you have
Chief
a
don't have the same accent, but guess what? They both from
you have a
Chicago. You
bi-ethnic
understand?
accent. You
You
have a
understand?
Right.
bi-ethnic
Hold on.
accent. That's all. You have a
I think
bi-ethnic
that.
accent,
Oh,
brother.
wait.
I'm
What do
sorry.
you? Who's talking? Hold on. 2 seconds. I think that it is very telling when bi-ethnics immediately start to denigrate their Black American side. Like
I'm
it's
all for
very.
Black Americans. I
No, please
represent Black
don't.
Americans.
Please don't. I didn't interrupt you. I gave you your 3 minutes. I'll let you speak. I think it is utterly like the irony of it all. You know, like, oh, I'm for Black Americans, but y'all think I'm not because I'm not ghetto and I'm not ratchet and loud. Like, so you look down on your Black American side. You're
No,
literally
I really don't.
no, you literally did. You're not gonna gaslight me and say you don't, because that's what you just did. You said, oh, you don't think I'm Black American because of how I'm acting, because I'm not acting ghetto and because I'm not acting ratchet. So that's how you view Black Americans. And I feel really bad. My heart weeps for your mom that's how you view her. Okay, let's get to the next person on the panel. Hello, Black Rage. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Black Rage.
I'm here.
Okay.
My microphone. I am foundational Black American. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, and I'm 48 years old. Now,
Okay, good board.
looking at this prompt here, how has Pan-Africanism benefited the Black Americans in this country? It has not. I mean, I was raised Pan-African because my parents thought it was the best thing to be. You know, I was born in the 70s, and my parents are from the 50s. They're boomers, and they raised me that Pan-Africanism is the way, and you know, embrace everybody who is Black throughout the entire world. I did that, and it got me nowhere. It got none of us anywhere. It stabbed us in the back because we fought for those people to get here, and as soon as they got here and started getting in positions of power, the first thing they did was turn around and kicked us in our asses. They don't do anything beneficial to us, and I honestly believe that if we can push them out of her, well, first thing we got to do is delineate, which is what we're doing now. We're in the process of delineating, but the more that we can separate our ranks from them, we're going to have to do it because it's existential for us to get through the bullshit that we're going through in this country today, especially with this, I don't, you know who I'm talking about, the commander in chief, especially with him. Now, with these other people,
Oh, you went out. You went out. I'm confused. Were you saying that we're going through bullshit with the current administration? Because I don't know what's Black Americans. I don't know. That's another story for another day. But you went out. Okay, I can hear you.
resources,
What?
they've gotten positions
He's lagging.
of power, they've run for
He keep going in and out real bad.
political office. They've run for political.
We can't. It's breaking up so bad. You
He forgot to pay his. He forgot to
I
pay
agree
his
with every
internet
other
bill.
word.
Damn, I
It's
lost.
hilarious.
Sorry, I'm
What?
trailing right now. I'm sorry about
Oh,
that.
that's why your reception is so bad. Okay. Yeah, we.
Gotta pay his bills.
All right, leave the joke for the Americans. Thank you.
Okay, it's not working out.
I'm sorry about that. I'm driving a tractor. I'm driving through. It's a problem.
Yeah, it's not.
I'll drop
It's
off
not.
the panel. I'll drop out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so let me take
Safe
his turn,
travels.
if you don't mind. I like to take his turn. FBA, we are the blueprint, but at the same time, we got to start bashing everybody else. We really do. I think that, like, you know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
literally disrespected us and said that we was ghetto and some
I didn't
other
say
stuff.
ghetto. I didn't say
And
those
some
words
other
come from my mouth.
ignorant stuff.
What I
And
said
you have
was
the audacity? Are you
what I
kidding
said
me?
was ignorant.
I didn't say nothing disrespectful to you. I just said
I
I would
never disrespect
unalive
you.
that you're not our people.
I never
And
disrespect
you
you either,
proved my
woman.
point.
I never disrespect you either. What I said was my exact words, and I quote. What I said was, "Oh, he said, I can tell you're not FBI." I said, "Why?" Because I'm not acting. I said, "Because I'm not acting ignorant." And the reason why I said ignorant is because every time I come on here, y'all always try to tell me that I'm not FBA. That's ignorant
So
as fuck.
you think that I knew that you weren't us because I was correlating you to ignorance?
No, I was taking a shot when I said that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you didn't even ask. You didn't even show the respect to ask why I knew and why my people
you didn't know. You didn't know.
Well,
I'll tell you a little.
I'll tell you a little bit. I'll tell you a little bit, and then I'm gonna go on mute. How we know is because we communicate telepathically.
Well, you don't know, ma'am. So,
and
like,
we know
what's the point
our
of letting you finish
people.
this
We
live?
know the spirit of our people without words having to be expressed. That's why when people pretend to be us,
I understand that.
Even if you think you have our language
totally
and our
get it.
swag down to a T, even when y'all think
All of
y'all
my
got
first
it down,
cousins are Black
you
Americans.
can never be
All
us.
of my first cousins that I know are Black
I feel
Americans.
sorry for your Black
You're not
American.
us.
I went to
You're
school
not
with
us.
Black
I don't
Americans.
even believe the story you
My
told
mama
that you're
is
bi
Black
ethnic.
American.
I almost can
From
guarantee
Chicago.
you are not bi ethnic.
You know,
Chicago don't got
also,
nothing to do with
and
it.
also,
And you guys say
my
key
grandma
cities
is from
and
New
key
Orleans.
states to pretend like you're
My
us.
grandma is from New
But when
Orleans.
we ask you deeper questions, probing questions,
You know what I'm
where do
saying?
your ancestors come from? That's from the South.
New Orleans.
Is your Nigerian
New
father?
Orleans.
Is your Nigerian father still part of your life?
Yeah, but we talk. Like, I haven't seen him. I only seen him like one time in my life. We talk on FaceTime and shit like that.
One time?
Yeah, one time in my life.
Where is he? Is he in Nigeria?
Nah, he goes back and forth. He's in DC.
Yeah, I'm saying he has
can I
another
say
family.
something?
He has another family back in Nigeria.
Yes, that's why he goes back and forth.
Yeah, he's married to another woman. That's what they do.
Yeah, I know. I know that.
He knows that, but instead of disrespecting him, he disrespected his Black American mother. That's sad.
No, I never. How did I do that? I never did that. I never did that. See,
I guarantee his mom is not us, y'all.
Y'all
He's
being
not
ignorant.
us.
Yeah, right.
Y'all being
When I asked
ignorant
you
right
your
now.
mom's
This is what I'm talking about.
family
Y'all
from,
being ignorant. I'm saying I'm Black
when
American.
I asked you your
Y'all
mom's
trying to
parents
argue with me that I'm not. If that's not ignorant, then I don't know what it is.
You yourself said I'm bi-ethnic. Did you not? Yes or no?
That doesn't mean I'm not FBA.
Yes or no? Did you not say you were bi-ethnic?
I am.
Okay, so how are we ignorant for acknowledging that you're bi-ethnic?
No, they're not acknowledging that I'm bi-ethnic. They're acknowledging that they're trying to say that I'm not FBA.
Can I tell you?
So
what?
you lie
you're
about
not.
your identity, and
I never
caught
lied.
you.
I never lied.
And if
You're
I
not
didn't catch
FBA,
you,
guys.
somebody else was going to say something.
I never lied.
And then
though.
you assume that
If I was lying,
that me
trust
outing
me.
you was
Hear
being
me,
negative, and I
hear
wasn't
me out.
being
If I
negative.
was lying, I would not have told you my father
Listen,
was
do you
Nigerian.
know there's a saying?
I
There's a
would not have
saying.
said my dad was Nigerian.
Listen, there's
You
a
didn't
If I was
say
saying.
lying,
that first.
I would have been
All right,
standing
we
on it
have
that
a hold
I'm 100%
on.
FBA.
We don't care. I don't care about your family tree. A revolution untelevised. Hello. I know that you don't have an immigrant background, right? No.
Right, you're right.
No, okay, let me give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Nah, Pan-Africanism doesn't benefit us, won't benefit us, and I can't see how anybody ever thought it would benefit us except for when we was thinking that people gonna come here and be on code. So I'm gonna cut the rest of that answer I got about that short to ask him, do you even understand what being on code means?
Who the guy?
Mr. Bi-ethnic.
Oh.
Mr. Bi-ethnic, do you understand what being on code means?
Me? Of course I know what being on code means, and I am on code.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
That's why I asked you if you knew what it meant.
Look at my page. Look at my
If you
page.
know what it means,
Look at my page. You'll see I'm on code.
Stop.
I don't have to do that to y'all. If you want to act ignorant, see the thing is, Black Americans.
Hold on.
Black
I
Americans.
asked you a question.
And I answered your
telling me
question.
something. You're spin moving.
I answered your question. All you gotta do is go look at my page.
No,
Stop bumping your gums and go look on my
question
page.
is, what is being on code mean?
Stop! Don't ask me no kitty question like that. Go look at my page and you'll see. Go look at my page and you'll see what it means.
Hold on.
You'll find out what it means.
Sir,
go look at my page. Stop bumping your gums.
I still got time left. So just hold on. If it's such a kitty question, you should be able to answer it easily. And for one thing, you would not have took a shot that you just admitted to taking if you was actually FBA. You know what I'm saying? But besides that,
well, if niggas want to act ignorant, then
no, you
wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't, bro. No, you wouldn't. You would have found another way to establish yourself if you was on code and if you was FBA. You would have found another way to do that in order to shut people up without insulting somebody.
Exactly.
FBA is not going to be on the same thing, bro. We're not going to all be. Some are Democrats, some
You
like
insulted
Trump.
a whole half of your lineage. You. Why didn't you get up here and say, "Oh, y'all know that I'm not FBA because Nigerians
when
shit
they
in
want
the
to act
streets and I'm
stupid,
not
when they want to
shitting in
act
the
dumb, then
streets.
I
ain't shitting in the street
I'm
like
gonna tell
Nigerians.
you
I'm
why.
credit card
Because
spamming
all
like
skin folks and kin
Nigerians.
folks, all
You did
FBA,
that.
Don't come with the
You
kin
decided
folks.
to take a shot at Black
all
Americans and
FBA
not
ain't
your
the
other
same though.
side. You chose
Every
a
word
Yes,
side.
I do. I take shots. I don't care if they be deported.
Every word keep
You
coming
haven't
out
even heard.
insults. Just listen to
All
him.
right,
Just
hold
be
on.
quiet.
Let this guy finish his time down at the bottom. Go ahead, Revolution.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is the fact that, you know what I'm saying, for one thing, my mother's a speech pathologist, speech therapist, and so I grew up speaking properly. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even use any slang in the house because we get popped in the mouth for doing it. You understand what I'm saying? So
It doesn't sound like you speak properly right now, though.
Stop! You annoying. Stop coming off your mic. You're not talking to you no more. Let the man get his time. Go ahead.
So
Have some class. You acting ignorant.
All FBA are not ignorant. And right now, I'm speaking at ease. I'm not in the business setting. I'm not in be holding up everything that I say to a T on phonetics and everything else, or whatever the case may be. But when I speak in a business setting, and somebody else tells me, "Damn, you got articulation and phonetics, everything is on point," this, that, and the third, or whatever the case may be. But that doesn't mean that I'm ignorant if I don't speak with complete etiquette and diction and everything else in place. You know what I'm saying? So when you even made the ignorant comment, that has nothing to do with how you came off and how you got called out. We was down in the comments, and that's one of the reasons why I came up. Everybody, a string of comments, just scroll back through the comments. Everybody was saying, "Yeah, he ain't us. Yeah." And then when she called you out and said he ain't us, then everybody was down there, including me, saying, "I
Can I say
agree."
this, sir? Though I want to respond to that. They said that I wasn't them because I wasn't
Can you let
saying
this
what they wasn't
man
hearing.
land and then you could go? You act like a rooster.
I'll go ahead
You
and
a
land for
rooster
the second
head.
time. I'll go ahead and land for the
Go
The
ahead
reason why
and
they
stop, King. You have no decorum. Your impulse control is in the shitter. Oh my God.
That's
Go
another
ahead,
7
Revolution,
times.
land your plane and then let this man go because he has no impulse control.
So you have some traits that you probably picked up genetically through your father without even knowing it. Just like some people walk just like their father, even though they never met him in their life. You know what I'm saying? So you got some traits that's coming out of you that you may have picked up through your father, or just maybe on the way that you lived your life, you letting that out or whatever. Because you talk more like somebody who hung around a lot of white people when you was growing up, because of the way that you phrased it out, for one thing, and that's how you ended up shitting on your mom's heritage or whatever the case may be with the way that you spoke.
All right, so let me address that. The reason why they said I'm not on code is because I wasn't saying what they wanted to hear. I'm not no follower. Listen, I'm not no follower. I'm not no follower. I don't believe that black people should be going at it with each other. Us not caring if they get deported and mind their own business, I'm okay with that.
Nobody would have said hip hop
Listen,
is for
I'm not done
Revolution,
talking.
let him respond
Thank
to
you,
you.
thank you,
Let
thank
him
you,
respond and
thank
then
you. You know what I'm saying?
you can
So
go after.
I'm not okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I think that we got bigger fish to fry. The whole world is against us, and it ain't just. Even though they kind of come to America, Africans, and undermine what Black Americans fought for when they, vote against and reject reparations and all kind of crazy stuff like that. At the same time, we got bigger fish to fry. You got Latinos, white people, Asians, Indians. None of these people like us. So I'm tired of focusing our energy on Africans and other black people. Listen, and other black people. You know what I'm saying? We are the blueprint. We already know that, but we don't have to bash them and talk down on them. We can let them know what's good if they try it, but we ain't gotta always bash them and all. That's what I'm saying. Like every time I see an FBA panel, listen. Every time it's an FBA panel, it's always it's never.
no
I only been on one,
Where does
and
FBA show?
it was a positive, real conversation, not bashing.
Who is bashing? Where were we bashing people?
I'm just saying. I'm just speaking in general.
No, I don't want you to speak in general because you're coming up here generally calling us ignorant and generally saying that we're up here bashing people, and that's generally a lie. You're lying like a Persian rug.
I'm not. I'm
you
not
are
lying.
a fat face on a lie to come on here
When I
and
said
just
I was FBA,
generalize.
when I
And
said I was
also,
FBA,
I don't wait, and also you cannot sit up here and act like your African side and your people over there have not been talking about this for years. You talking about I'm tired of this. Wait, I'm tired of this. Oh, we got bigger fish to fry. We can multitask, and we do. We just now started saying something back to deeply melanated people in that diaspora over there.
I know, but I'm tired of it, though.
Into the chat. So if you're tired of it, well, you need to sit down and buckle up or go to sleep and take a nap, because we literally just started saying something back to being constantly denigrated.
3 years ago, just started. It's been going on 3 years now.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. I know about what's going on these TikTok streets right now. And 3 years, so you've been partaking in it. So your algorithm is, this is what you like to watch. This is what you engage with. If this is what you've been seeing and consuming for 3 years, maybe you need to clean your cache. You need to clean your cache and start watching some different types of content. Because why you been watching this for 3 years?
That's what I'm saying. This is old to me, and I'm tired of it.
So then do something different. Why would you come up on the LoveJone show?
At first, we were doing the, all black people unite to Africa, all of that. And
why would you come on my panel right now if you're tired of this? I don't understand.
I wanted to speak my piece.
Why? And you've been speaking for this for 3 years.
Well, no, I've been watching for 3 years. I haven't been speaking for 3 years.
And I've been watching for years. Other people.
But why is it when I come
crazy about Black Americans and tell us who we are and down talk us and say we don't have no culture and call us broke, busted, disgusted, destitute, lazy, and everything but a child of God.
So why is it when I want unity between Black Americans and Africans, Black Americans want to, he ain't one of us. He ain't one of us. You know what I'm saying?
Your mama's legs. Go between your mama's legs and worry about diversity. Go back. You keep saying FBA. It don't say FBA on the panel. She didn't say FBA.
I don't care. That's what I said. Legs. That's what I said.
This is so right here. These legs is discriminatory. We don't want your Nigerian pee between us. Go to an FBA panel and go get your therapy over there. You keep saying FBA this. Black Americans is ignorant. Go to a Pan-Africanist panel or go to an FBA panel. Say open like your mom legs.
Why don't you get your own panel and tell people what to do? Why don't you get your own panel and tell people what to do?
This one and I'm telling you what to do, and everybody is co-signing for me. Thank you.
No, I think you're talking about yourself.
You don't even know the person that you're talking to and how much sway she holds. You don't even know.
With who?
With who? And then on top of that,
with who? Sway she holds with who?
How much work she's been doing in the community? You don't know. You don't know that she knows firsthand how it is in those African countries because she lived in one and traveled through a few. You don't know how she's been advocating for people. You don't know
that's dope.
Why
that's
she's a part of delineating. Like, you don't know. So it's easy to say, why can't we have unity? She has firsthand experience and accounts of why we don't have unity. She has firsthand account of how we're actually treated, not just by foreigners on the land that our ancestors built and cultivated, but also when we travel overseas.
Hey, I'm bi-ethnic, but I'm Black American first.
LoveJone, can I say something? And I'm not trying to raise my voice or be disrespectful or anything. Sir, the reason why I knew that you weren't us, because
Stop saying that. You're being offensive. I am Black American.
That you were half.
Okay, so I'll bypass that part.
Thank
you. Reason why I didn't feel a connection to you the way I do to the other people that I have the connection with, it's a frequency. It's something that we could feel.
I could tell you what it is. I could tell you what it is.
I'm trying to finish my point so I can shut up and I'll mute.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I knew, I don't know if people were saying it in the comments, but I could feel it and I could hear it. And what I'm trying to say to your frustration about being called out on it, I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I was just letting you know, because a lot of times you guys think that we're saying it out of disrespect or out of hate. And it's not that. It's that our people have this delineation has to happen. The ancestors have spoken.
Let me tell you something.
Unity. I'm almost done. Unity is not our fight. We're on to bigger things. We're on to different things. The days of us trying to connect with other groups of people, those days are over.
We don't have to bash them. That's all I was saying.
So I was just letting you. So I was just letting you know that I intuitively could read between the lines and it did not speak to my frequency, to my heart frequency. I knew you that for me, you were not my people.
I wish if you knew me, you would not say that.
I say you ain't my people.
He's hold up. He's an example.
100%. You were not my people because I wouldn't ever be friends with somebody that came in and disrespect Black Americans.
He's an example of why
sorry
you
for your
shouldn't
mother.
mix.
I
This is
mean,
a result of mixing.
if it's a group of Black Americans acting ignorant, I'm gonna call them out on it. I'm gonna call them out on it. I'm
They're
not
acting
gonna be
ignorant because they literally said that you were not fully FBA. You
acting
literally
ignorant.
yourself said
Acting
that you were
ignorant.
by
I'm gonna tell you why you're acting ignorant. When I tell you
How
that
are
I
they acting
am,
ignorant? No
when
one
I
cussed
tell you,
you out.
when I tell you that I am, and you try to
his
argue with me
narrative.
that I'm not. When I tell you that I am, and you try to argue with me that I'm not,
You
you're
know I
acting
went to the
ignorant.
FBA because I'm not acting ignorant. Now
You're
he's saying
acting
we
ignorant. If I tell you that I am, and you want to argue with
You
me
know
that I'm
what?
not,
If that's
you're
the
acting
case, then
ignorant.
every fucking African that I've ever come into contact with is the most ignorant piece of shit on planet Earth.
Well,
Because
then
I
maybe
just
it
got
is.
through with Africans telling me that I'm African. And that if it's just ignorant, pointing out the fact that you're something different or you identify as something different, then you all and your people have been the most ignorant people on planet motherfucking Earth.
Hey,
Like,
I don't
that
care
is
about.
ridiculous.
Hey,
You're
I told
conflating
you, I rep
ignorance
FBA.
with people calling
I
out
don't
the
know
fact
how to
that
be a
you have a
Nigerian.
different type of background. You got a different energy. That's not
I don't know how to
ignorance.
be a Nigerian. That's what you don't understand.
Well, you have genetics.
I don't know how to be.
We can hear it and we can feel it that you're not our people.
Look at you.
I have a unique perspective on this. Now, I'm the only one on this panel that is actually married to a Yoruba man. What you would, call Nigeria, but he identifies as Yoruba.
I'm a
I've been
Yoruba
with
too.
them.
I'm a Yoruba too.
Hold on. I've been with him.
You have
Hold on.
My
I've
daddy's from
been with
Yoruba.
him.
My daddy's Yoruba.
I've been with him since I was 15 years old. He was a teenager as well, and we're in our 50s now. So we've been together for almost 40 years. We have 4 kids together, and my kids would never talk like that, like you're talking. In my opinion, it doesn't feel like neither one of your parents are FBA. My kids identify as FBA because they really don't, know their dad's side of the family.
Exactly. Same like me.
Yeah, but you don't sound like it. My kids don't sound like you.
Look at my page and tell me if they would sound like me.
From your page, they thought you was an Afro-Latino.
Because I'm fighting for Black Americans. That's all I'm doing.
No, it says nothing about Black Americans.
I'm fighting for Black Americans.
They said the page was given Brazilian.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, I don't
Black
believe
American.
him.
I'm
Yeah,
Black
I don't
American.
believe him.
And my page is fighting for Black Americans. It's coming at
No,
Mexicans. It's coming at those Mexicans for coming at Black Americans.
I got two statements I want to make real quick.
Everything on my page is giving, I'm fighting for Black Americans. I'm sad with Black Americans. Everything on my page.
So why would you get up here and call Black Americans ignorant?
I didn't call Black Americans ignorant.
Yes, you did.
I took a shot when I said because I'm not acting
You did.
ignorant, because I'm not acting like y'all. That's basically what I
So
was
why?
saying.
Let me ask you another question. Why is it that when?
Because I'm not acting like y'all.
Wait, why?
What did you want me to say?
No,
What did you want me to say in that moment?
relax. You need to calm down. Why is it that when this woman just said my husband is Nigerian and you not acting like us, you didn't secede, you didn't say anything derogatory about Nigerians. You literally said I'm Yoruba too. You
we're
said
not even
I'm
talking
Yoruba
about that.
too.
I'm not gonna just
You
say
said
negative
I'm
things for no
Yoruba
reason.
too.
See, my
But
kids
people-
don't identify as that.
but
They do
people-
say,
hold on, please. But people on the panel saying that they can tell that you're Yoruba too is ignorance.
It's Yoruba, baby.
I'm not your baby.
You could be.
Want to pay a bill.
You could be.
Yoruba, I don't know how to say
Speak to her again if she was your baby and sell out
You
for
could
somebody
be.
to protect your people. You're an embarrassment to your
No,
mother.
please. Y'all have no idea how much I rap
Your
for
Nigerian
FBA.
father
How
married
much I rap for FBA. Y'all have
your
no
Black
idea.
American mother for a green card.
I know a lot of people.
No, and that's why he's not here. That's why he's not here. He married her. He got what he wanted.
Yeah, for
he
green card.
left that baby for 24 years because he got what he wanted. Ain't that sad? And then he up here disrespecting Black Americans.
No, actually, he cheated on his Black American wife with my mom.
He used her and threw her.
No. He cheated on his Black American wife with my mom. Yeah.
I think you're full Yoruba.
You get what I'm saying? He cheated on my Black American mom he cheated on he cheated on his wife with my Black American mom.
He said that his
that's why I didn't know him. You know, he used to send me money. That's why I didn't know him. because he had a family already, and he has another family in Africa.
I have a better example since he wasn't getting it. There's literally people that are from our lineage that we could say we are not on the same page, but they would still understand. They would still understand what on code was, and even if we thought differently,
And I told him, go look at my page.
I would still know that they are our people. Look how all of us on the panel are not reactive. The Americans, we're not reactive. We're respectful. We're listening. We're respecting the host. You've been completely out of pocket just for being called out that you're not us. You've been flipping out.
It's not flipped out. It's
and by the way, I am nobody's ignorant.
I feel you guys are being ignorant.
And I'm living quite comfortable.
I feel.
So you need to check yourself before you be out here judging people and assuming who people are.
That's exactly what you did to me. So practice what you know.
You notice he changed his statement that you were Nigerian. I can't. He just changed his statement. Now we're ignorant, but he said y'all knew I wasn't African.
Don't. I'm bi-ethnic. Can't you get it to your head? Can't you get it to your head? What part you can't get to your head? Black mother, Nigerian dad.
That is a full-blooded Nigerian, because there's no way he would say that. He literally said, y'all didn't know.
That's another you're speaking ignorant. Instead of speaking facts, you're going off your feelings. You're going off your feelings. You're speaking off your feelings. Instead of going off facts, you're speaking off your feelings. That is a full-blooded Nigerian. And you don't even know me.
Where did your grandparents come from?
New Orleans. I said that already. New Orleans.
You said your grandmother came from New Orleans.
And my granddaddy Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you speak of your father and his side of the family of being ignorant because of the situation?
No.
Didn't you just say that your dad cheated on his wife with your mom? Have you ever referred to him as being ignorant?
Yeah.
No, he didn't in his
family.
Y'all ask him what goes in candy yams.
Let me tell you
what goes
something
in candy yams?
I'm a black American.
What goes in candy yams?
I believe that all immigrants.
Answer a simple question. What goes in the candy yams?
All immigrants should be out of this country.
He doesn't know.
I think all immigrants need to be deported.
Dude, just answer a simple question. What goes in candy yams? If you're our people, what goes in candy yams?
I hate yams. I hate yams.
It doesn't matter.
I hate yams. I hate yams. I don't try to cook it. I don't try to cook it. I don't eat it. I don't eat sweets. I don't like cake. I don't like candy. I don't eat sweets.
Yams don't have to be sweet. See, you never.
I don't like sweets.
All right, what goes in the collard greens? How do you make collard greens?
Some ham hocks, baby.
He likes bushmeat.
Put some ham hocks in there. Some ham hocks. Put some meat in there.
Let me just say that.
The meat gonna take the juice from the meat. The juice from the meat gonna make the greens taste good.
Using collard greens.
Let me say this real quick, because I think what we're seeing here.
Put some ham hocks in there.
Straight is this. Now we already know that if somebody is half white, half foundation Black American, yes, they have foundation Black American lineage, but there is an identity like BP was talking about that when we.
But I'm not mixed. I'm not biracial. I'm 100% Black.
Let me finish.
You just said.
If you shut the hell up, you can.
I'm bi-ethnic, not mixed.
I didn't say that. Watch
out.
I'm
talking to him.
Calm down. Right, you don't even have foundation Black American decorum. Like, this is wild. And so what we're seeing is this: the same.
There you go, being ignorant.
We would take that person that is half white, half foundation Black American, understand they have foundation Black American lineage, but they have a mulatto identity, right? And that's where you get that. This is where you get the
only when they raised with a white mom or non-Black mom.
Can you let him finish, sir?
That's not true. That's where you get the term tragic mulatto. Whether you're raised with either parent, you have that experience with that other parent that weighs on you in some way or not. And so the same way we have the tragic mulatto, we're starting to see that there's an identity called the bitter bi-ethnic. And what happens is that they have foundational Black American lineage. But
look, y'all wasting y'all time on him because he has a backup account from something else.
You say bitter bi-ethnic.
Bitter bi-ethnic. This is not for him. This is for the room. This ain't even for him. He's gone. This is for the room.
Sometimes I be thinking FBA is jealous of me because I'm like.
Interrupt you one time. I'm almost.
Sometimes I be thinking FBA is jealous of me because I'm like.
He's still talking.
Yeah, I know. He's gone. What happens with the bitter bi-ethnic is that
I feel like y'all being jealous.
They have this dual identity. And so because they know that they're not going to be ever accepted the same way they accepted with us, with the other side, when we do not accept them wholesale as us, but we have the proclivity to do it, they start to force it on us to accept them in ways that he would never go to his Nigerian father and say, accept me in the tribe. I'm Yoruba just like you, because he knows their line is a hard line. And now since Foundation Black
It's
Americans
not that a line is a hard
creating,
line. I was
Foundation
raised in
Black
this. I
Americans
was
are
raised in the
creating
same
this
culture you
hard
was raised
line,
in.
they're bitter
Bro,
against the
We were
Foundation
raised in
Black
the same
Americans
culture.
that
What do you
they
mean?
know
I
that
grew up
they
in
are not
this.
one
This
of
ain't. I
us.
didn't learn
Like,
this. This is
like
where I
bro,
BP,
grew up.
like BP
I
said,
grew up
like
FBA.
BP said, in Foundation
you
Black American
crashing out
culture,
like a tether.
we have a saying. We have
I
a
grew
saying
up
in
FBA.
Foundation Black American culture. When we talking to somebody and we having a conversation, we'll be like, yo, you feel what I'm saying? Do you feel me? And that "do you feel me" is that telepathic
That's
communication that
Don't
BP
even
was
say that no
alluding
more.
to. And
You
so when you
lying.
came and started talking,
You
we
feel
didn't
me?
feel you because you're not one
You
of us, and
dig?
that's okay.
You
You
dig?
have Foundation Black
Nobody say
American
you feel me.
lineage,
That's corny.
but you do not
You
have
dig?
our frequency.
That's what we say
You're just
now.
not. You're a black and Nigerian man, and that's okay.
He's
We are
not
Foundation
Black
Black
American.
American.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah,
You
I heard what he
dig
just said. I'm waiting to
at
call
something
it
from
out
the
too.
70s and
You
saying
dig?
that you're corny for using something that's newer than the 70s shit he just
You
said?
No, you
dig
dig.
was even in the
Play in your face.
60s.
Right.
It
Nah, I
was
don't know
in
Not
the
nothing
even
about that.
knowing.
50s.
He
You
just came
don't
to the
know.
panel to argue. He's probably recording. He
But the
just
thing,
came.
like I
Look,
said, he
where
been
does
here
it say
before
FBA on the
3 miles.
panel?
Record for
Like
what? I
he
do this.
been
Y'all,
in
this
it.
doesn't even know more cheat codes. He's
I'm a
telling
very
on himself.
popular. I'm a
He's
very
definitely
popular
been here
voice on TikTok.
before.
I don't have
He
to
had the
record nothing.
backup account where he
Everybody
went to
already got me in
DC.
their recordings. I don't
He
have to
Yeah,
record
DC
nothing.
and he's from Canada. He been up here several times. He has 3 different accounts where he does this
Yeah,
and just having fun.
I
His
thought
voice
he
is coming
sounded
off.
familiar.
He been here several times. Believe
Oh,
me.
okay.
And you only got
No, you have.
Mm-hmm.
So
108 people.
I went
yeah,
viral
he's
a few
not from
times, but my account
Chicago.
keep
He
getting
got a
closed.
DC account.
You
He
know,
has a
Good
my
try,
Canadian
account
bro.
keep getting
account.
you
banned.
know
So
what?
He does the same
What's
thing.
I went viral a
Chicago?
lot of times, but my account keep
Chicago.
getting banned.
Yes, man.
That's a new thing that that Africans are doing is to coming up. A
See,
guy
that's the
did that on
thing. You're bashing right now. You're bashing. You're
No, he's
bashing.
not.
the
No,
You're
same
he's
thing.
not.
bashing.
No,
That's what
she's
I mean by
not. No,
bashing. You're
she's not.
bashing.
No, she's not.
I
No,
wish
stop
somebody could.
saying that. You
If it ain't
trying to use
negative, if
trigger
it ain't
words.
positive, it's negative,
Hey,
Chicago.
sir.
stop
He said
saying.
that he
If it
Try
ain't,
to stop
if
saying.
what she's
Stop.
saying is not positive, it's negative. That's bashing.
talking, but
That's
what he did in
not.
Chicago
Yes,
No,
it
is
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it
another
is.
African
If it's
gentleman
not
said that he
positive,
was
it's
found
negative.
in a stairwell
We
in the
can have a
projects.
conversation and leave Africans out
And
of it.
then
My
Really.
God, what
Saying
is wrong with you,
something
man?
negative
What is wrong
you
with
is
you?
understand
not
Chicago?
bashing.
I do
That's what they
understand.
do. They keep going in these rooms and pretending that they Black American. And see how he keep pretending he had a Black American mother? A guy just did this for an hour on a platform saying he
Why
was
would I
found
lie about that?
raised by Black
You know what? You
Because
know
Americans.
we're
what? I
all
think
And
my
how he
lying.
family is on my page.
to
My whole
that.
family is on my
And
page.
then he kept saying FBA, also the panel, foundational don't have
Go look at my
FBA.
page and look at
And
my
he just
family.
doing
Do
it.
we look
He
Black
asked me to look
American
at a
or do
fake
we look
page. Why would we see
African?
the videos?
He literally said, "We don't say you feel me."
Well,
I said that's
He
old.
don't even understand the context of
We
it.
don't do that in Chicago. We don't do that in Chicago.
He
I'm
did
in
it
Chicago.
before.
We don't
He
say
has
that.
an account
Maybe in
called
y'all
DC,
lane state.
Chicago? Are
and he
you
was a
kidding me?
Canadian.
Maybe in y'all lane state. Should I
That's
say
where a
that?
lot of our
Nah, we
ancestors
don't
are
do that.
at.
We don't do that. I'm
You,
saying
Even
where I'm
him
from.
you
talking about
Where
not
I'm
we don't do
from.
that.
Where I'm from. We don't do that.
Like I
That
said,
shit
he
is
been here
off.
We don't do
before.
that.
We all came to get
He playing
content.
the game.
He came
Where
to
That
I'm
get
from, we don't do that.
that's all.
that
I'm
by
from Chicago,
itself is
baby.
off. Talk about we don't do that.
Nah, we don't.
That ain't something that we say we
Nah,
don't
we
do that
don't. You
to.
feel me? I understand what you're
Yeah,
talking about. That's not how we talk.
bruh. You feel
Yeah.
me? Is
Name
like
is 3D,
decades.
and he's from
I don't
Canada.
care.
That's not
I
the
don't
context
care.
he was
Hey,
saying
listen.
it, sir.
Exactly.
Listen. You
Hey,
feel
hey,
me?
hey,
Is
check it out.
decades
Your
newer
argument is weak.
than you
Your
did,
argument is weak. Find something better.
bruh.
Find something better.
You feel me? Is
I
decades younger.
understand. Find something better though.
Decades
Find
younger than
something
you
better.
feel.
Your
We
argument
like
is
your
weak.
Nigerian mother. Okay? How about
He just need to
Find
be
another way to
just up here.
interrogate.
He just
Find
up here
another
to
way to
take
interrogate
away.
because that's
He up
right
here
there
to
is
take
weak.
away.
That right there is weak.
Here,
Your argument
love
is
it.
weak.
Get out of mute, please. It's giving me a headache. Clearly, this bi-ethnic man loves it here. He want to come. He allegedly make multiple profiles.
Why would you say that? Don't believe. Don't
You
spread a rumor. Don't spread a rumor.
you want to be involved with us. You want to talk to us. You want to be in community with us. You want
I
to.
am with y'all. That's why she let me in here because me and you talk a lot. And normally I'm FBI. I never had this problem.
You want to be
But
on
you
the
know,
panel.
just the people today. You got in there and they was approaching me a certain way, and I'm like, back up. That was my way of.
No, you didn't say back up. You said all of y'all motherfuckers is
you get
ignorant.
it? I said that was my way of saying back up.
That all of y'all is ignorant, and that's not okay. Oh, thank you.
I didn't say all y'all was ignorant. I said why? Because I'm not acting ignorant. Like that was a
That
shot. I get it.
implies that all of us are.
I mean, I'm not a follower though. You know what I'm saying?
The other thing is this.
I'm a whole leader.
I'm American Indian, and you said American Indians don't like FBAs, and you lied.
I didn't say anything like that.
Yes, you did. Oh my God.
No, I didn't say anything like that.
I've been waiting to say this.
That's another guy, bro. That's another guy. Wrong guy.
You just said it in this line.
Next.
Stop
lying. Stop lying.
Stop doing that, bro.
I haven't even brought up Indian. Period.
Give me 30 seconds to speak because what you said was
no. You're lying.
Hold on.
He been on here 30 minutes.
If y'all remember this, what he said was everybody's coming against us. Everybody's against us. This, that, and the third. Mexicans, this, that, and the other, Latinos or whatever. American Indians even hate us. Hate us. Love Tik Tok shot. But that's what you said, bro. And then in the time when you were saying that, everybody was telling you there's nothing on this panel that says FBA. And so I was waiting for the conversation to die down to tell you, one, I'm American Indian, and two, that was a lie that you stated, and three, if you are
African American,
if you
not a Native
are
American.
truly, bruh,
see, get rid of him now.
That's how we know you are African right now.
You're an African American.
Stop calling us African Americans.
It is what it is, baby.
He's just trying to do trigger things.
It is what it is.
I'm telling you, but he is. Both his parents are Nigerian.
I know FBA don't like to be called Africans.
You're Nigerian.
The truth of the matter is, let me tell
I
you.
can hear the accent.
The truth of the matter is that there was black people already in America, and then there was some black people, and there were black people that were brought here too, and they mixed together. So we're both of those. We're both of those.
Okay, African.
And that's the truth. We're both. We're not just one-sided. We're both.
One thing, I'm not on my main
We are
page
both.
right now, but my main page
Black
has
Americans are
You are
both.
both African.
my main page has the seal of the state of Florida on it, where they have American Indian standing on the shore near the St. Johns River. Okay. Now, besides all of that, my family is Seminole. Everybody in my family back to 1825 is only in the state of Florida. Florida was not a 13 colony. It was a Spanish territory at the time, and the French and the Spanish was fighting over it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So
My
family was not enslaved, and we did not mix with Africans.
He's lying.
Okay.
Not a liar telling people they're lying.
He's lying.
My grandmother is 101.
Lying.
My grandmother is
100.
Listen, my grandmother is 101 years old. She was born in 1924, and she's still living. She'll be 102 this December.
My grandma is 97 years old, and her grandma told her that her grandma told her that we didn't come from Africa.
That's you, bro. I'm telling you what mine told me.
Right. My grandma told.
And I know
my grandma. My grandma
97.
My grandma told her that we came from America. Like we didn't come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? But me knowing that the slave trade did happen, those black people we mixed. And the white man purposely did that. He mixed us up. So we don't know who is who.
That was
we
like
are all
throwing a
mixed.
teaspoon.
We are all
that was like
mixed.
throwing a teaspoon of pepper into.
I know. We are all
coal
mixed.
mine.
That's what I'm trying to say. We're mixed.
I had a question for this pretendian real quick.
Wait, real quick. Who are you? What's your ethnic background?
I'm Byron. I'm from Houston, Texas. FBA to the max.
Please.
And
interrogate him. Why I interrogate him?
Because he's us and we can tell.
You. He doesn't sound like you. He hasn't even spoke long enough for us to even hear anything he has to say.
Yeah.
So if he say something, if he say something you don't like.
You jealous of Byron? Let him speak. Damn, you keep hogging the mic. You are attention whore.
Go ahead, beautiful.
So here's the thing. So I get confused with a lot of the Indian talk. Because I feel like, maybe it's just because I'm regular black. I ain't no fancy black. I ain't got good hair. I ain't got none of those things.
They call me African.
So tell me this. You say you Seminole, right? You Seminole, right?
I don't know about none of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know the Seminoles had slaves?
No, they didn't.
Did you know that? No, they did. No, it's documented. It's documented. Tell me this. Which reservation do you live on?
You don't have to live on a reservation to be Indian.
I'm just asking a question.
Yes, you do.
I'm just asking. No. Which language? So y'all speak a language? You know the language? I'm asking.
Timakua, we spoke Timakua. We spoke.
You know how to speak that? You speak that?
No, but I do speak Spanish.
Okay. So how you a Seminole, right? You're not on no reservation. Do you get a check?
Brother,
You get
let
a
me tell
check?
you.
I'm asking a question.
I'm finna answer your question. First of all, to be a member of those Seminole tribes or whatever the case is, one, they would declassify you down to being a freedman instead of a full blood relation. For one thing. For two, if you do accept that membership card, when you go there, you give up your sovereignty. Sovereignty is your ultimate freedom and power. Okay, you become under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. You will be taking off shackles to put on other shackles. That where
Did
the
you know that
government controls.
Seminoles were some of the biggest slave traders?
Hold on. But the thing is this: the Seminoles who did have slaves, they bought their people out of freedom, and on top of that, there was escaped slaves that came to Florida because they knew it was free nation down here, and they joined up with the Seminole tribe. Okay, and just because they were slaves does not mean that they were Africans
Those are the
either.
ones that we
because
fought.
that's
We
another
fought to
lie.
help them. We fought to help them. That's the difference. But ultimately, them people skinned us alive. Oh yeah, this is what they did.
Bruh,
Yeah,
you talking a whole nother game. You talking a
nah,
whole nother
bro.
game.
Those people skinned us alive, brother.
Show
Why are
me
you
your
claiming?
source that says Seminoles were skinning black people.
Man, they were scalping people, bro.
No, they were not.
This is
He's
bro.
right. He's right.
Bro, what you talking about?
Mind
The
your
Indians,
business.
the Native Americans that scalp people, the Native Americans, meaning Native Siberians, the ones that scalp people, the reason why they were scalping us is because if they brought back our hair, they knew for a fact they had caught up to us and unalived us. That's why they were scalping. We were the ones who get scalped by the Native Americans, bro. The ones that's on the reservations right now. Those are the pretendians. Look up the word pretendian right now, and you won't see nothing but them Eskimo-looking motherfuckers. I'm sorry, Love Jones. I forgot
At the end of the day, the Seminole tribe. If you go look
I
at,
want you.
if I go
Sir.
Google
I could
right
bring
now,
documentation right now.
Okay, well, let's do it now. Let's do it. Let's do that. Let's do that.
All right.
Because if I pull up a Seminole, they're gonna look like a Siberian. They're not gonna look like no Negro like me,
Those are
bro.
the $5 Indians that took our place, dummy.
No, bro. White folks is $5 Indians too.
No,
Who the
yes,
Indian
they
is?
are. Yes, they are.
Who the Indian? Elizabeth Warren say she an Indian. She thinks she Pocahontas, bro.
I'm telling you, the $5 ones and the Siberians are the ones who took our place, dumbass.
Listen to what I'm saying. Ain't no taking no place, bro. You in conspiracy theory and you in la la land.
I got proof. I got documentation.
And don't call
I can
him a
bring up, but I
dumbass
don't want to
because
do
you're
it on
upset.
LoveJone show. You can meet me on another. I'll start a live, and you can come to my live, and I'll show you my proof, bro. Where your documentation?
Don't call him a dumbass because you're losing an
Love
argument.
Jones, they gonna keep arguing. Can I just say something really quick?
No, I'm done.
This is a prime example. This dude is our people. He ain't on code with us. He over here fighting with our brother down at the bottom. And we still know he our people. Now what you gotta say?
Byron is a dumbass, but he a black American. That's all it is. Like, that's not you.
True.
Facts. We all feel it.
Is it because I'm a pretty boy? I don't know. It's like y'all be hating on me or something. I don't know.
We can't see you, stupid.
You can see my picture. You can see my picture.
You don't even.
You're on a plantation.
You can see my
White
picture.
boys was the ones who like boys when I grew up.
Let me take a screenshot and zoom in.
Or the ones that actually looks good.
He sound like he was born and raised in the suburbs with white T-boys, and he was.
That looked like a plantation
all the oil
in his
the house,
background.
all the lotion in the house was missing his whole teenage years. All the oil, they couldn't even have cooking oil. Mom couldn't have nothing for her lips or nothing. That's what it sound like. You sound like a white T-boy that was in there playing with your joystick all your life. That's what you sound like.
You definitely get the suburb.
But y'all, I just wanted to point out to him that we still know who our people
get your
are,
point,
even
ma'am.
when they not on code.
I get your point, ma'am. I get your point. But my whole thing is you were wrong, but I do get your point.
No one's wrong. Nigerian, raised in the suburbs.
I've been got your point. But you were wrong about me. You're wrong about me, but I get with it because I be doing the same thing. Whenever I hear a black person trying to defend deportation and fight for ICE, I think they're tethered. I don't think he's black American. You can't be thinking like that. So and that's how you feel. You know, you feel the same way about me. But it's not right. But you know,
you will be a.
That's what I was saying. Look at my page.
On the outside
if
of
you
the
look
fence.
at my page, you'll see that I'm FBA.
If what you saying is true, then you can come to the cookout to the outside of the fence, but you ain't coming in the yard.
You crazy as hell. I was
Wait,
born
I
in the
was trying to
cookout.
put the
I was born
picture
inside
up.
the cookout. I don't need no permission. What you talking about?
Why would you invite?
I don't need a permission. I was born into the cookout.
I'm saying he wouldn't even be at
I was
it. He would
born
be
into
on
the
the street.
cookout. I don't need a permission.
He would be on the
That's
street
what I'm trying to
listening
tell
to the
you. You
music
sound
from the
goofy.
backyard.
You would never tell me nothing like that in real life.
You get what he's saying?
You get on TikTok.
I say it to your face, bro. You don't know who
You
you're
wouldn't.
talking to, cuz.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
All right. Let you keep thinking that.
I know. I promise you wouldn't. Because I know me. You definitely would not.
Y'all gonna get tired of them veiled threats.
It ain't no threat.
Exactly.
It ain't no
Because
threat.
I buy wolf tickets, muff.
It ain't no threat.
I watch my mouth.
Like, I'm from the west side of Chicago. I don't even talk.
I don't care about
The
that.
west side.
I'm from the west side, the best side. I'm from the west side of Chicago. I
If
don't
you'd
even
have said
talk.
South Side, you'd have been better off. And I'm a Florida boy, and I know that.
I'm not no South
Absolutely.
Sider. Them
The
YNs.
west side
I ain't
of
one of
Chicago
them.
competes with West Africa.
The west side is
That's why
worse than
he
the
said
south
the
side.
west side.
Only real Chicagoans know that. South side,
That's why he said the west
south
side, 'cause
side
he
is scared
from
to go out
West
west.
Africa.
If you really want to know.
You hear what the
You hear about the
just
south
said.
side because the south side is bigger. The west side is considered
The
more
South
dangerous.
Side, because I got a cousin from the South Side.
I don't care about none of that. The west side is more dangerous. I'm telling you what it is.
Whatever, man.
When a new panel came up, I said the West
Yes,
Africa.
a new person. Can we have Zay? Can I have your ethnicity, and then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
prompt.
Thank you for having me. Peace. What's good, real? Peace to the panel. I'm American Indian, and I'm from South Carolina.
Okay.
And I was wondering if I could ask Mr. Byron a question.
Yeah, please ask me, Nika Talk.
So how come when a
That's
person?
disrespectful. Why would you call him Nickatall? Like,
Nah, it's
Because I
cool.
want to be disrespectful.
I'm used to it.
Disrespectful.
I don't like that. No, be respectful
because
on my panel. This is my panel.
all right, I'm gonna be
Just
respectful
be
on your panel.
respectful on my panel.
How
I'm gonna be
come
respectful on your panel.
did it trigger you when Rev said that he was American Indian, and instead of you trying to understand the man's story, you called him a pretendian, and you're
Because
basically
I've done the history. I've done the real
have
history.
Have you done your genealogy, sir?
Yes. My people all the way go back to the 1700s. Yes,
You know,
I've done my genealogy.
right,
And I
but you
know
know,
that my last name shows up on Choctaw. Like, I know that, but I'm not no Indian. I know that. I show up, my last name show up on the Dawes Rolls on the Choctaw, but I'm not no Indian.
Then just because you denounce your blood don't mean we should.
No.
Exactly.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not no Indian. Listen, I'm black. Listen to me. I'm
Byron,
black.
do you know what black is?
Yes.
Do you know what the word? What is black in a nutshell?
Black is Negroes, colored, people who look like me. People who look like me. We've always
black.
We've always been considered.
Hold on,
You
Byron.
asked me
Black
a
is a
question, so I was
I
going to
know.
answer it for you.
I know. You said you answer your question. I'm going to give you the real definition of black. It is a
But you didn't
caste
let me
system.
answer it.
You said it's black, mean it's Negro color. You mean it's describing yourself, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So black is a caste system that was brought to us by Europeans. We were not calling ourselves black before we made contact with the Europeans. You realize
We
that,
weren't
right?
calling ourselves no Indians, bro.
Exactly. That's
we weren't calling.
But that was our first classification. The reason why we saying Indian.
No, it was not.
They called us Indians.
No, it was not.
We didn't call ourselves Indians.
Hold on, brother. What I was getting at is
they called us Negroes.
They called us freedmen, Negroes, Indians, colored, everything.
Indians,
they called us all of those.
Listen,
Everybody
they did not call us
at the
Indians.
same time. Go ahead. You got time.
All
ahead.
I was saying was I don't understand why people are so afraid to call themselves Indians if you got paperwork proving that your
Because
ancestors free.
If you look like me, you look goofy. If you look like me and you calling yourself Indian, you look goofy.
How so? That's knowing your bloodline. That's knowing your lineage. That's knowing your grandma's grandma, your grandma's grandma.
Bro.
But I'm not even getting there. But my thing is just like our people.
He don't want to be black. He don't want to be African. He just want to be anything but.
Stop interrupting. Go ahead. He's on a timer.
You
Go
good.
ahead.
My bad. But I was just saying this like I'm saying our people are like I don't want to call it identity crisis, but we're telling you like we're showing you documentation to prove that your people was here before America was established, but yet you still calling yourself black. It behooves
you sound like
me.
one of them Mino black Dominicans, bro.
Do you know the reason why they say?
Like?
Byron, do you know the reason why they say they're not black? Because they know they have common system that black is a caste system. It's not a real thing. It's a racial construct.
Bro,
Your
I
hair
know
is
that.
black.
I know
Your
that. I
eyebrows
know
is
that.
Nah, he
black,
don't
but your
sound OVA
skin,
no
I
more.
know
but
that.
your skin is
I
not
know
black.
that. I know my skin is black. My
And I
skin is very,
digress.
very
Whatever you say,
I'm
brother, I
dark skinned,
digress.
bro. I'm a dark skinned black man. Like I look like a black man. I'm like everything about me black. I was an athlete, top athlete. You feel me? I'm black. You feel me? And I know my people. And I know I ain't see no Indians on the football field with me.
Bro, you can
I ain't
check
see
my
one
record because I
Indian.
was a
Hold
top
on,
Sir,
athlete too.
hold on. I
sir,
ain't
our
see.
people,
I was a 5-time state champion.
I believe you because that's Negro blood, bro.
sir,
That's
Nah,
Negro
that's
blood. There ain't no
warrior blood, man.
Siberian
Negro is a
Indian
caste
blood,
system.
bro.
Okay, let
It's
me speak something real quick. One of the things that happened was this was called Tierra de los Dios. That means land of the gods. Okay. And then when he went to Hispaniola, Columbus asked the people that he saw, who were the people he saw on shore from Florida. Okay. He didn't stop there because it looked too wild or whatever to encounter those people. And he kept on to Hispaniola. Now, when he got to Hispaniola, he asked about the people that he saw. And they said, Los gentes del Dios. That means the people of God. And then they refer to us in later conversation as Los Indios. That means those in God. Okay. And Los Indios became Indios for short. And then Indios became Indians. And that's where it came from. The copper colored people of this land, bruh.
Bro, we ain't never been called no copper color people in no history book on planet
Man, you
Earth,
was
bro.
lying. You
you
ain't read
can't
enough
Show
keep
me the
books
book.
then.
Byron.
Show me
All
the
you have
You
book.
to
ain't read
do,
enough
all you
books
have
then.
to
We are
do,
the original copper
Bro,
colored people. What is you
Byron,
show
talking
me the
about?
book, bro. Show me the
you're
book. We ain't gotta talk
regurgitating
about it.
McGraw-Hill education. All you have to do is show two hands to type in any exploration
Okay,
from
so this is a conspiracy
1492
theory.
to
This is
1600.
a
I'm giving you
counterculture
document.
conspiracy theory.
Byron, hold on. Let me give you some documentation to read. All you have to do is look at any Spanish exploration between 1492 and 600. They have letters, documentation, voyages that goes into
Ship's
clear
logs.
depth. Yep, goes into clear depth about who they came across on the North America continent. I'm telling you what I know.
Y'all been listening to a lot of conspiracy
Bro,
theories
okay. What
and
about this
prison
for
babble,
conspiracy?
and y'all
The
have confused yourself,
okay.
and now y'all me no black. Like, bro,
The
like chill. It was goofy.
1924 Racial Integrity Act of Virginia by Walter Plecker made all Indians in Virginia reclassified to Negro, bruh. And then
Reclassification had
let me
nothing to
finish.
do with race.
Hey, I agree with
Let me
Byron.
finish.
Y'all been finishing it for a long time.
They reclassified all Indians to Negro. Then in 1925, they did it statewide again with the census and told the census takers to put down anybody who said they was American
That
Indian as Negro or
reclassification
colored.
was
Let
not.
me finish. They told you to put anybody that said that it was American Indian down as